Welcome to Walt Disney, the infinite canvas. The world you are about to enter is one defined not by the absolute certainty of a corporate empire, but by the reckless, beautiful precarity of a dreamer who refused to look down. Today, the name Disney is synonymous with a global landscape of theme parks, media networks, and cultural shorthand. But before the castle became a silhouette, it was a sequence of high-stakes gambles, crushing failures, and an absolute unyielding refusal to accept the boundaries of the ordinary. In the chapters ahead, we will follow the sweeping, tumultuous arc of Walter Elias Disney's 65 years on this earth, a life that fundamentally remapped the geography of the human imagination. This is the story of a boy born into modest rooms in industrial Chicago, who found his creative soul in the rolling orchards of Marceline, Missouri, drawing farm animals with a tar brush on the side of a white barn. It is the story of a fiercely determined teenager delivering newspapers in the freezing Kansas City dawn, absorbing the textures of a changing 20th century, and driving a cartoon-adorned ambulance through the muddy post-war roads of France. You will walk with him through the drafting tables of his youth, witnessing the exact moment a devastating professional betrayal in 1928 stripped him of his first successful character, Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. Instead of surrendering, he sat on a train ride back to California and sketched a mouse with round ears and white gloves. With Mickey Mouse, he unlocked the future. This biography will take you into the crowded sweatboxes and sound stages of the Hyperion Avenue studio, where Walt pioneered synchronized sound in Steamboat Willie, captured the full spectrum of human emotion with three-strip Technicolor in the Silly Symphonies, and gambled his entire livelihood on what the world called Disney's Folly, the world's first full-length animated feature, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. We will explore the complex, heavily pressured years of the 1940s, an era marked by the deep wounds of a studio-wide labor strike, the heavy logistical demands of producing wartime propaganda for the Allied forces, and the profound financial anxieties that threatened to stall his creative engine. Yet, through this crucible, masterpieces like Pinocchio, Fantasia, Bambi, and Cinderella were forged. Finally, you will watch as Walt steps out of the two-dimensional screen to reshape physical reality itself. You will see how he defied the convention of dirty, disorganized amusement parks to build Disneyland, a completely immersive living storybook. And you will sit with him in his final years as he shifts his gaze toward the ultimate horizon, the planning of a utopian city of tomorrow in the Florida wilderness known as Epcot. This is a humanizing portrait of a complex, driven, and occasionally difficult man whose true genius lay not in his ability to draw, but in his capacity to inspire belief. Sit back, adjust your volume, and prepare to step onto a canvas that never stopped expanding. Chapter 1. Rural Roots and Early Sketches, 1901 to 1919. The world Walter Elias Disney entered on December 5, 1901, was one of modest rooms and practical ambitions. Chicago in the early 20th century was a city of smoke and momentum, a place where steel mills ground through the night, and the air smelled of industry and possibility in equal measure. But the Disney household at 1249 Tripp Avenue, in the Hermosa neighborhood, was not a place of grandeur. It was a small, wood-framed house on a quiet street, the kind of home where the floors creaked in familiar patterns and the kitchen was the warmest room in winter. Elias Disney, Walt's father, was a man of restless purpose, a carpenter by trade, a dreamer by temperament, though his dreams tended toward the concrete rather than the celestial. He had tried farming in Kansas, contracting in Chicago, and now he was building houses with his own hands, hammering nails into the thin Chicago air, and hoping each new structure would be the one that finally held. Flora Call Disney, Walt's mother, was the steadier of the two. She had been a schoolteacher before marriage, and something of the classroom never fully left her. A calm precision in the way she organized her days, a patience that her husband often lacked. She bore her children with quiet determination. Herbert, Raymond, Roy, and now Walter, the fourth son, followed eventually by Ruth, the only daughter. The family occupied the small house on Tripp Avenue, in the way families of that era occupied all small houses, with noise and closeness, with the smell of cooking and the sound of argument, with a particular kind of intimacy that comes from shared walls and shared necessity. Walt would remember almost nothing of this Chicago infancy. The city existed in him only as a kind of atmospheric inheritance, a faint pressure behind the eyes, the sense that the world was large and loud and moving faster than any single person could follow. What he would remember, what would shape the architecture of everything he later built, began not in Chicago but in Missouri. In the small town of Marceline, on a 45-acre farm that Elias purchased in 1906, when Walt was not quite 5 years old. The journey to Marceline was itself a kind of opening. The train rode out of Chicago's industrial sprawl and into the rolling flatness of the Midwest, the land unfolding like a sentence that never quite ended. Walt pressed his face against the glass, watching the world change from brick and iron to something softer and more patient. He was 4 years old, and already paying attention in the particular way that would define him. Not cataloging, not analyzing, but absorbing. Taking the world in whole, the way a dry field takes in rain. Marceline was a town of roughly 4,000 people, set in the green folds of north-central Missouri, a community organized around the Burlington Railroad, the town square, the Methodist church, and the long, unhurried rhythms of agricultural life. The Disney farm sat just north of town on Aunt Mary's branch of the East Chariton River, surrounded by apple orchards and walnut groves, by fields that went golden autumn and silver in frost. For a child from Chicago, it must have felt like stepping into a painting, a landscape so ordered and so gentle that it seemed almost deliberate, as though someone had arranged it specifically to be beautiful. Walt's older brothers Herbert and Raymond were already teenagers when the family moved to Marceline, and they would soon leave the farm for lives elsewhere. But Walt and Roy, 5 years Walt's senior, and from the beginning his closest companion, settled into the farm as though they had always belonged there. The mornings began before sunrise. The boys helped with the pigs and chickens, hauled water, mended fences. There was a draft horse named Charlie who pulled the plow through the black Missouri soil, and Walt developed an immediate and intense attachment to the animal. Not the practical affection of a farm boy for a working beast, but something more searching and more tender. He watched the horse's eyes when it worked, and found in them a kind of depth that fascinated him. It was at Marceline that Walt began to draw. The first evidence of his compulsion appeared on the white-painted side of the family barn, where he discovered that a tar brush and a broad surface could produce marks that stayed. He drew what he saw: the farm animals, the trees along the creek, the shapes of clouds over the fields. His Aunt Maggie, a retired schoolteacher living with the family, recognized the impulse for what it was and encouraged it, pressing pencils and paper into his hands. The marks Walt made in those early years were not yet sophisticated. They were the earnest, searching marks of a child who looks at the world and wants to put it somewhere, to hold it still long enough to understand it. But the compulsion itself was already fully formed, already urgent, already the organizing principle of his inner life. Marceline's main street made an impression on Walt that would eventually be pressed, decades later, into the architecture of an entire kingdom. He walked that street on Saturday mornings when Elias drove the wagon into town, and he absorbed it with the same whole-body attention he brought to everything: the hardware store with its smell of metal and oil, the barber shop with its striped pole turning lazily in the morning light, the candy counter at the pharmacy where glass jars held bright, impossible colors. The street was alive in the way that small-town main streets were alive in that era, a place where commerce and community overlapped, where you knew the person selling you the newspaper, where the rhythm of the week was organized around communal experience. Walt filed all of it away. He did not know yet that he was filing it away. He thought he was simply living. But something in him was already an archivist, cataloging the textures and temperatures of the world against some future need. The farm years were not without difficulty. Elias Disney was not a natural farmer. He worked the land with the same driven intensity he brought to everything, But the soil had its own logic, and the weather respected no man's ambition. There were seasons when the crops came in thin, and the family's finances grew tight. There were arguments in the farmhouse late at night, the voices of Elias and Flora rising and falling through the thin walls while Walt lay in the dark and listened. Elias was a man of strong opinions and a temper that occasionally escaped its constraints, and the children learned early to read the signals, to know when the house was safe and when it was not. But even in these harder moments, the farm itself remained a refuge. Walt could walk out into the morning fields, and the argument would recede behind him, replaced by the sound of birds and the smell of turned earth, and the ordinary fact of the world continuing to be itself. He attended the Park School in Marceline, a one-room schoolhouse where a single teacher managed children of multiple ages, and where the curriculum was practical and direct. Walt was not a scholarly child in the conventional sense. He was not interested in rote memorization or the ordered sequences of arithmetic. He was interested in stories. When his teacher read aloud, which she did regularly, understanding that the children needed the anchor of narrative, Walt listened with an attention that was different from the attention he gave to other subjects. He leaned forward slightly. His eyes went still. He was entirely inside the story, occupying it the way you occupy a place rather than a text. Charles Dickens was a particular revelation. When the teacher read from the adventures of Tom Sawyer or passages of Dickens, the grotesque and tender worlds those writers constructed, Walt felt something shift in his chest, a recognition so deep it was almost physical. Here was someone doing with words what he was trying to do with pictures, making worlds that felt more true than the world outside the window. At school, Walt drew constantly. He drew in the margins of his notebooks, on the backs of test papers, on any surface that would hold a mark. His teachers were variably tolerant of this habit. Some recognized the seriousness behind it, others saw it as distraction and said so. Walt nodded agreeably and kept drawing. The compulsion was stronger than any instruction he had yet received, and in this sense, too, the Marceline years established a pattern that would follow him his entire life. He would listen to what other people told him he should do, he would consider it, and then he would do what he was going to do anyway. The farm began to fail around 1909. Elias had contracted typhoid the previous year, and while he recovered, the illness had taken something from him, some essential momentum. The farm's finances, already precarious, began to slide. Elias made the decision that the family would sell and move to Kansas City, where he had purchased a newspaper distribution route. It was a practical decision, but it cost Walt something real. He was 8 years old when the family left Marceline, and in the years and decades to come, he would return to that town in memory more consistently than he returned anywhere else. The farm and its fields, the barn where he first drew, the apple trees along the creek. These images would recur in his work with the regularity of a recurring dream, appearing and reappearing in films and parks and plans, the source material of an imagination that spent its entire life translating one perfect lost place into the language of art. Kansas City was a shock after Marceline. The city was not Chicago in its scale or industrial weight, but it was urban in all the ways Marceline was not, busy, impersonal, organized around exchange rather than community. The Disney family settled at 2706 East 31st Street, and Elias immediately put his sons to work on the newspaper route. Walt and Roy were up at 3:30 in the morning every day, delivering papers through the Kansas City streets in the cold dark, stuffing copies through mail slots, and leaving bundles on doorsteps. In winter the cold was serious, and Walt developed a habit of pausing in the warm lobbies of apartment buildings to rest his hands and, when he could, to look at the pictures and decorations in the public spaces, the light fixtures, the floor tiles, the framed prints on the lobby walls. He was cold and tired, and still paying attention, still absorbing. The newspaper route taught Walt something that Marceline had not quite managed to teach him, the texture of urban life at its least theatrical hour. At 3:30 in the morning, Kansas City belonged to a different set of people: the night workers, the homeless men sleeping in doorways, the occasional figure hurrying through the dark with some private urgency. Walt moved through all of it, a small figure in a big coat, learning the city from the inside, accumulating an understanding of human variety that would eventually find its way into the characters he drew and the stories he told. His father was strict about the route and the revenue it generated, and Elias was not a man who offered praise with any regularity. But Walt was building something in himself during those cold morning walks that had nothing to do with his father's approval: a toughness and a watchfulness, a capacity for sustained effort in uncomfortable conditions. He enrolled at the Benton Grammar School in Kansas City, and it was there that he encountered a teacher named Ida Cook, who would accelerate what was already happening inside him. Miss Cook taught the arts, and she recognized in Walt's drawings a quality that went beyond childhood enthusiasm. She encouraged him to continue, introduced him to techniques, told him that what he was doing had value and could become more. This was not a small thing for a boy whose father viewed artistic activity with deep suspicion. Elias Disney was a practical man who believed in practical work, and drawing pictures struck him as neither practical nor manly. Miss Cook's encouragement came at the exact moment Walt needed it, a confirmation from outside the family that his instincts were not foolishness. Around this time, Walt began attending Saturday morning art classes at the Kansas City Art Institute. These classes were held in the Institute's building downtown, and Walt rode the streetcar by himself to get there, a child navigating the city alone, carrying a pad and pencils, arriving at the Art Institute with his hair combed and his concentration already fully engaged. The classes exposed him to formal technique for the first time, to the idea that drawing was a discipline with a vocabulary, that there were ways of looking and ways of rendering that could be learned and practiced. He worked hard at these classes. He was competitive with himself in a way he rarely was with other children, measuring his current work against his previous work, always trying to make the next drawing better than the last. At Benton Grammar School, Walt also discovered a gift for performance. The school held regular programs and entertainments for parents and community members, and Walt found that he had an instinct for the stage, not the actorly instinct of a child who craves attention, but something more directorial, an interest in how an audience responds, in what makes a crowd lean forward or pull back. He performed impersonations of Charlie Chaplin in school programs, having absorbed the Little Tramp's physical vocabulary from repeated viewings at the local Nickelodeon. Chaplin fascinated Walt in a way that went beyond simple admiration. The Tramp was a character who was poor and powerless and perpetually outmatched by the world, and yet he persisted, with dignity, with ingenuity, with a refusal to let the cruelty of circumstances define him. For a boy delivering newspapers in the pre-dawn cold, while his classmates slept, there was something in the Tramp that resonated at a frequency too deep for articulation. The Nickelodeon itself was a revelation. The experience of sitting in the dark while images moved on a white screen, this was something entirely new in human history, and Walt encountered it at exactly the age when new things lodge most deeply. He went as often as his money and his father's permissiveness allowed, which was not very often. And so each visit was heightened by scarcity, each film received with a total attentiveness that he would otherwise have reserved for nature or for stories read aloud. He watched the way the images created time and feeling, the way music underscored emotion, the way an audience of strangers became, for an hour, a single collective creature breathing together in the dark. He was 10, 11, 12 years old, and he was being educated in a way his school could not quite account for. In 1917, Elias sold the Kansas City newspaper route and moved the family to Chicago, where he had invested in a jelly company, the Ozell Company, and needed to be present to manage it. Walt was 15 years old, and the move to Chicago landed differently than the move to Kansas City had. He was old enough now to have a city that felt like his own, and Kansas City had become that for him. He had his friends there, his routines, his growing sense of himself as someone with a direction. Chicago pulled him away from all of that, installed him in a city that was familiar only as a birthplace he could not remember, and set him down in McKinley High School, where he navigated the social landscape of a new school with the particular wariness of the perpetual newcomer. At McKinley, Walt threw himself into the school's student newspaper and its literary magazine. He drew cartoons for both publications, political cartoons in the style he was absorbing from the newspapers he had spent his childhood delivering, caricatures of teachers and public figures, satirical illustrations that showed a growing confidence in the expressive potential of a pen line. His work was already distinctive. The drawings had an energy that was hard to account for in strictly technical terms, a rightness of gesture, a capacity to capture the essential movement of a thing rather than its static appearance. His classmates and teachers noticed. The school publications gave him a platform and a deadline, and he learned the discipline of producing work under constraint, of bringing something into being, not when inspiration struck but when the schedule required it. The world was at war. In the spring of 1917, the United States had entered the conflict in Europe, and by 1918, the war had organized itself into the texture of daily life in a way that even a high school boy could not ignore. Walt's brother Roy had enlisted in the Navy. Walt wanted to enlist as well, but he was 16, too young. He attempted to forge his birth date on a Red Cross application, adjusting 1901 to 1900, and submitted himself for consideration. The attempt failed. The Red Cross was not accepting applicants of that age regardless of paperwork. But the impulse behind the attempt, the desire to be in the world at its most intense point, to be present where things were actually happening, said something true about the young Walt Disney. He was not, by temperament, a person who could watch from the sidelines. He found a way in. The American Ambulance Corps, operating through the Red Cross, was accepting drivers who were at minimum 17 years old. Walt convinced his mother to sign a form that adjusted his age by the necessary year, and in the fall of 1918, he shipped out to France. He was 16 years old, and had never been farther from home than the distance between Marceline and Kansas City. By the time Walt arrived in France, the armistice had been signed. The fighting was over. He would not see combat. What he saw instead was the aftermath, a continent that had been organized for 4 years around the production of death, and was now trying to remember how to be itself again. Walt was stationed near Paris as an ambulance driver and ran vehicles between various facilities for the Red Cross. He also drove officers and ferried supplies and undertook various errands that gave him a wide-ranging view of a country in recovery. He decorated his ambulance with cartoons. He drew on every available surface. He sent cartoons home that he hoped to sell to magazines and newspapers, optimistic in the way of 16-year-olds who have not yet learned the particular discouragement of the rejection letter. Paris existed at the edge of his experience during these months. He was stationed far enough away that the city was not an everyday presence, but he visited when he could, and Paris in 1918 and 1919, a city that had survived an almost unimaginable ordeal and was beginning, tremblingly, to celebrate its survival, made an impression that lasted. The architecture, the streets, the scale of the public spaces, the way the city organized human movement and human pleasure into a coherent aesthetic experience, all of it entered him. He was not analyzing it. He was absorbing it. The way he absorbed everything, filing it away against some future need. He returned to Kansas City in 1919, 18 years old, with a modest collection of experiences and a total absence of practical plan. He had a talent he believed in absolutely. He had a direction that was still more instinct than intention. He knew it had something to do with drawing, something to do with stories, something to do with the particular power that images held over an audience. He had seen films by now that moved him beyond simple entertainment, that made him understand the screen as a space where the ordinary rules of the world could be suspended, where impossibility became not only possible, but inevitable. He had seen what Chaplin could do. He had a sense of what was waiting to be done. Kansas City had a commercial art scene, modest but real. Walt convinced his parents to let him return there rather than stay in Chicago. And in the autumn of 1919, he arrived back in the city where he had delivered newspapers and attended Saturday art classes and watched moving images in the dark and begun to become himself. He was not yet Walt Disney in any public sense. He was a young man with a portfolio and an urgency that he could not quite name, moving through a city that was rebuilding itself after a war it had barely participated in, looking for a door. The door, when it appeared, would be a drawing desk at a commercial art studio. It would be modest and temporary, and it would pay almost nothing. But it was the first step onto a canvas that would, in time, expand to fill the entire horizon of American imagination. Walt Disney was 18 years old, and the story had not yet begun. But the materials were all in place. The farm at Marceline, the cold Kansas City mornings, the Nickelodeon and its moving light, the ambulance decorated with cartoons on a quiet French road after the guns had stopped. He picked up a pencil. He looked at the blank page. And something in him, something calm and certain and absolutely undeceived about its own nature, said now. Chapter 2. The Laugh-O-Gram Gamble, 1920 to 1923. The city of Kansas City in 1920 is not yet the place it will become. It is raw and muscular, a Midwestern crossroads where the smell of the stockyards drifts on the same wind that carries the sound of jazz from the clubs along 12th Street. The streets are wide and crowded with a new kind of energy. Motor cars competing with horses, electric signs competing with gas lamps, the 20th century arriving in waves and not all at once. It is a city in the middle of becoming something, and so, in almost every sense that matters, is Walt Disney. He is 18 years old when he returns from France, where he has spent the better part of a year driving a Red Cross ambulance through a landscape still raw from the wounds of war. He has seen the bombed-out villages of Normandy and the mud roads of the countryside, and he has drawn pictures on the sides of his ambulance, cartoon animals, little jokes, the instinct to decorate the world with his imagination already fully formed even then. He comes home to Kansas City with no degree, no formal training, and a burning, unnameable ambition that he cannot yet quite articulate, even to himself. He knows only that he wants to make things. He wants to make things that move. His older brother Roy is the practical one, the careful one, the one who will eventually become the financial anchor of everything Walt touches. But Roy is away recovering from tuberculosis in a veterans' hospital out west, and Walt is on his own in a city that doesn't know him yet, carrying a portfolio of drawings and the kind of confidence that hasn't yet been tested enough to know whether it is genuine or merely the armor of youth. He answers an advertisement and lands a job at the Pessman-Rubin Commercial Art Studio, a small operation that produces advertising illustrations for Kansas City's newspapers and department stores. The work is mechanical, lettering, layout, the drawing of products for catalogs, but Walt does it with the enthusiasm of someone who has not yet learned to distinguish between art and commerce, and who perhaps never entirely will. It is here, on these crowded drafting tables, that he meets Ubi Iwerks. Iwerks is quieter than Walt, more technically precise, a draftsman of extraordinary natural ability who can render in an afternoon what takes most illustrators a day and a half. He is also, beneath the reserved exterior, a young man of deep creative instincts that he doesn't always know how to express. The two of them together form a kind of creative compound reaction, Walt's ideas accelerating against Iwerks's draftsmanship, Iwerks's precision giving shape to Walt's restlessness. They are laid off from Pessman-Rubin after only a month, the Christmas season over and the budget trimmed, but rather than finding new jobs separately, they decide to start a business together. They call it Iwerks Disney Commercial Artists. They print letterheads. They solicit clients. They are 18 and 19 years old, respectively, and they believe completely in the logic of what they are doing. The company survives for exactly 1 month before Walt takes a job at the Kansas City Film Ad Company, lured by a salary more reliable than what their struggling venture can provide. Iwerks follows him shortly afterward. But what Walt finds at the Kansas City Film Ad Company changes everything. Not immediately, not in any single blinding moment of revelation, but slowly, the way understanding usually arrives through accumulated hours of looking and doing. The company makes rudimentary animated advertisements, short, simple, jerky little films that play in local movie theaters before the feature, stick figures and product illustrations moving across the screen in loops. It is primitive work by any standard, but Walt watches those images move and feels something unlock inside him. He borrows books from the Kansas City Public Library. He reads Edward Muybridge's Studies of Motion, the photographs that broke movement into its component instance, the horse suspended between strides, the athlete caught at the apex of a jump. He reads Edwin G. Lutz's Guide to Animated Cartoons, a technical manual that is barely more sophisticated than a pamphlet, but that lays out the basic principles with a clarity Walt absorbs hungrily. He borrows a camera from a colleague at the studio and sets it up in the garage behind his family's home. He begins making test films, rough, imperfect, experimental, teaching himself through failure the way most real education happens. He is not trying to make anything for an audience yet. He is simply trying to understand how the thing works, the mechanics of making a drawing breathe. In the evenings, after his days at the Kansas City Film Ad Company, he goes back to the garage and keeps experimenting. His sister Ruth remembers the light on in the garage until very late, the sound of the camera's mechanical clicking coming through the walls of the house. Walt is not yet making films worth watching, but he is making films, and the distinction between learning and doing has for him already collapsed. He sees no reason to wait until he knows enough to begin, because he understands instinctively, even if he couldn't have articulated this, that the beginning is where the knowing happens. By 1921, something is forming in his mind. He has been watching the short comedies and fairy tale adaptations that the major studios produce, and he sees a gap in the market that no one has thought to fill. The fairy tale films of the era are mostly live action, ponderous, literal, burdened by the physical limitations of sets and costumes. But animation can do what live action cannot. Animation is not limited by gravity, by budget, by the intractable physicality of the real world. A witch's broom can really fly in animation. A pumpkin can really become a carriage. The fantasy is not compromised by the visible effort of approximation. Walt begins to understand that the particular power of animation is its ability to make the impossible feel inevitable. He approaches Frank Newman, who operates the Newman Theater chain in Kansas City, with a proposal. He will create short animated films, he tells Newman, local satires, little comic vignettes, Kansas City jokes for Kansas City audiences, and Newman can screen them before his features. Newman agrees, and Walt begins producing what he calls the Newman Laughograms, 1-minute animated shorts that poke gentle fun at local topics, the sorry condition of the city streets, the habits of Kansas City drivers, the small comedies of civic life. They are rough, underpowered films, technically limited, the animation jerky and inconsistent. But Kansas City audiences respond to them because they see themselves in them, and Walt earns a modest reputation. His name appears on a Kansas City newspaper article as a promising young local talent. He is 19 years old. He is also beginning to think bigger. In the spring of 1921, he approaches a group of local investors, local doctors, businessmen, enthusiasts with a little capital and a tolerance for risk, with a more ambitious plan. He wants to create a studio. A real studio, not the garage operation he is running now, but a proper company with employees and equipment, and a genuine slate of productions. He wants to take the classic fairy tales, Cinderella, Jack and the Beanstalk, Puss in Boots, Goldilocks and the Three Bears, and animate them, producing short films that he can distribute nationally, not just in the Newman theaters but across the country. He believes there is a market for this. He believes it with the particular certainty of someone whose belief has not yet been contradicted by experience. The investors listen to him. They are charmed by him. Walt, even at 19, even before he has developed the full charismatic authority that will define him in later years, has the ability to make people believe in the reality of things that don't yet exist. He talks about the films he wants to make as though they are already finished, as though he can see them playing on a screen that is invisible to everyone else in the room. The investors write checks. On May 23, 1921, the Laugh-O-Gram Films, Inc. is incorporated in the state of Missouri with a capital of $15,000. Walt Disney is its president. He is 19 years old, and he has a studio. He moves the operation into a suite of offices on the 4th floor of the McConaughey Building on 31st Street, a modest space with enough room for a camera, several drawing tables, and the small staff Walt immediately begins assembling. He hires iWorks, the draftsman he trusts above all others. He hires Red Leone, Laurie Togg, Carmen Maxwell, and Aletha Reynolds, young people, most of them barely out of adolescence, hired for their drawing ability and their willingness to work for wages that are, to put it generously, aspirational. Walt himself takes a minimal salary, believing that the company's success will eventually render such calculations beside the point. The studio begins production on the fairy tale series. Walt is directing, producing, writing, occasionally animating, always improvising. The films he is making are not sophisticated, not by the standards even of what animation had already achieved. Winsor McCay had made his Gertie the Dinosaur a decade earlier and demonstrated what the medium was capable of at its most expressive, but they have a quality of invention and improvisational energy that the more polished commercial product of the era sometimes lacks. Walt is not trying to copy what others have done. He is trying to figure out what he himself can do. And the difference in motivation shows up on the screen even when the execution is imperfect. The fairy tale films take shape one by one. Little Red Riding Hood is completed first, a charming short that blends the familiar story with modern comic touches. The Wolf, reimagined as a motorcycle-riding villain, Red Riding Hood, delivered to grandmother's house with an energy that owes something to the slapstick of the day. Jack and the Beanstalk follows, and then Goldilocks and the Three Bears, and then Puss in Boots, and then Cinderella. They are not polished films, but they are alive. They have humor and movement and a sense of genuine invention. Walt sends them out to distributors across the country, expecting the market to respond as he has imagined it will. The market does not respond as he has imagined it will. The problem is distribution, which is the problem it always is for independent producers who have made something without first securing a deal for its release. The major distribution networks of the early 1920s are not looking for short animated fairy tales from a company no one has heard of, operating out of a 4th-floor office in Kansas City, Missouri. Walt sends letters. He makes inquiries. He waits. The films sit in cans, while the studio continues to operate on capital that is being consumed at a rate the incoming revenue cannot match. The investor's money, $15,000 of it, begins to run out. Walt borrows against the future. He defers salaries, including his own. He asks his employees to be patient. The employees are patient to a point because they believe in him, because that quality of his, that ability to make people believe in things that aren't yet real, works on his animators just as it works on investors and theater owners and everyone else who comes into contact with him. But belief does not pay rent. By the spring of 1922, the studio is in serious financial trouble. Walt's accounts are overdrawn. His key animator Red Leone has left, unable to continue working for a salary that arrives irregularly and in pieces. The distribution deal that Walt has been waiting for has not materialized. Walt is living, and this is not a metaphor, on beans. He has one pair of shoes, and they have a hole in one sole. He stuffs the hole with cardboard, which he replaces when it wears through. He does not find this romantic. He is hungry and worried and 20 years old, running a company that is failing, and the gap between the future he can see in his imagination and the present circumstances of his life has never felt wider. It is in this period of maximum pressure that Walt makes what is arguably his most interesting creative decision to date. And it is a decision that shows something essential about how his mind works. Rather than scaling back, rather than simplifying the studio's ambitions to match its shrinking resources, he expands them. He conceives a new kind of film, not a straightforward animated adaptation of a fairy tale, but something formally experimental, a combination of live action and animation that had never been attempted quite in the way he envisions it. The film is called Tommy Tucker's Tooth, and it is a dental hygiene film commissioned by a local dentist named Thomas B. McCrum, who wants an entertaining way to educate children about the importance of brushing. Walt accepts the commission for $500, which is enough to keep the studio alive for another few months. He produces the film and delivers it, and cashes the check, and uses the breathing room it provides to keep working on the more ambitious project that has been forming in his mind, a series of short films that will combine a live-action little girl with an animated world. He calls it the Alice series, and the central character, Alice, will be played by a real child, a 4-year-old girl named Virginia Davis, whose mother Walt approaches directly, explaining that he wants to make Alice the star of a series of comedic fantasy shorts. The pitch is, by any practical measure, insane. A failing studio with no distribution deal, no reliable income, and a president who is eating beans and patching his shoes with cardboard, proposing to film a 4-year-old child in a series of films that will require her to interact convincingly with animated characters that don't yet exist. Virginia's mother, to her great credit, says yes. The pilot film, eventually titled Alice's Wonderland, begins production in the fall of 1922. Virginia Davis appears in the live-action portions, visiting an animation studio, the very studio where they are filming, dressed up slightly for the purpose, and meeting the animators who show her their drawings. Then she falls asleep and enters a dream world populated by animated animals, dancing and chasing and getting into the kind of comic trouble that will become the formula for the entire series. Walt shoots the live-action footage with the resources available to him, which are minimal, and begins the painstaking work of integrating it with the animation. The technical challenge of combining live action and animation is formidable. The process requires planning each shot with precise care, because the live-action footage and the animated footage must match in scale and perspective, the girl occupying the correct spatial relationship to characters who exist only on paper. Walt develops techniques as he goes, inventing solutions to problems that he encounters one by one, because there is no existing manual for what he is trying to do. He is making it up, and making it up is, for him, a state of perfect engagement with the work. But the studio is dying around him, even as the film takes shape. In December of 1922, the investors who have been carrying the company's debt begin losing patience. The fairy tale films have been picked up by a New York distributor named Pictorial Clubs, Inc., which has promised Walt $1,500 for the rights, a sum that would provide desperately needed relief. But Pictorial Clubs does not have $1,500 either, as it turns out, because Pictorial Clubs has its own financial problems, and the payment that Walt is counting on does not come. He sues. He wins the judgment. The money never arrives, because there is no money to arrive. The spring of 1923 brings the final act of the Laugh-O-Gram Films, Inc. Walt has exhausted his options. He has borrowed everything that can be borrowed. His employees have gone weeks without pay. The McConaughey building office that he has occupied for nearly 2 years is shutting down around him, and there is nothing he can do to stop it. He has Alice's Wonderland, a pilot film, a proof of concept, a demonstration of an idea that he genuinely believes is worth something, but he has nowhere to take it and no money to make more of them. He is sleeping in the studio. This is literal. The Laugh-O-Gram offices have become Walt's home, as well as his workplace, because he cannot afford to rent a room anywhere. He washes himself in the bathroom of a local theater, whose owners let him use the facilities in exchange for something. Company, conversation, the small economies of mutual goodwill that get people through hard times. He eats when there is something to eat. He has no car, no savings, no safety net. He is 21 years old, and he is, by any objective measure, a failure. The company he founded with such elaborate confidence 2 years earlier is bankrupt. And yet something curious happens in Walt Disney during these months of maximum defeat, something that is very difficult to explain in ordinary terms, and that every account of his life must eventually reckon with. He does not despair. This is not the same as saying he is cheerful, or that he doesn't feel the weight of what has happened. He feels it completely. He is young enough that the collapse of his first serious ambition cuts him in ways that leave marks he will carry for the rest of his life. The terror of financial failure, becoming a wound that never entirely heals, and that drives him forward for decades in ways he himself doesn't always fully understand. But despair, the surrender of belief in the future, the abandonment of the image of what might be, this he does not experience. What he experiences instead is redirection. He has a brother in California. Roy is out there, still recovering at the Sawtelle Veterans Hospital in Los Angeles, and California is where the film industry lives. Walt has been thinking about California the way a compass needle thinks about north, not as a choice among alternatives but as the only direction that makes sense. He writes to a live-action film director he has met through business contacts, exploring the possibility of a job as a director in Hollywood. The letter he receives back is encouraging enough to constitute, in Walt's interpretation, an invitation. He bundles up his most precious possession, the reels of Alice's Wonderland, and he saves $40, which is all he can scrape together. He buys a train ticket to Los Angeles. He leaves Kansas City in July of 1923. He is 21 years old. He has failed. He has failed thoroughly and publicly, and with the full knowledge that the people who believed in him, the investors who wrote checks, the animators who worked for deferred wages, the enthusiasts who had gathered around his energy and his ideas, have not been rewarded for their faith. He carries this with him. He will always carry it. But he also carries the film cans of Alice's Wonderland, because the idea inside them has not failed. The idea is intact. The idea of a little girl walking through an animated world, the live and the drawn coexisting on the same screen, the real and the imaginary given equal weight, this idea has survived everything. The studio has not, but the idea has. He arrives in Los Angeles with $40 and a suitcase and his pilot film, and the absolute unshakable conviction that what he is carrying is worth something. His brother Roy is in a hospital bed at Sawtelle, and Walt goes to visit him and sits at the foot of the bed and tells Roy what has happened and what he intends to do next. Roy listens. Roy has always listened to Walt, heard behind the enthusiasm the outline of something genuine, felt through the bravado the pressure of real commitment. Walt tells him he is going to make the Alice series. He is going to find a distributor. He is going to build a new studio. He is going to do it all over again, only this time he is going to do it right. Roy, who is 29 years old and has tuberculosis and is lying in a hospital bed in a veterans facility in the California heat, listens to his younger brother describe the future in present tense. And then Roy Disney does what Roy Disney will continue to do for the next half-century. He agrees to help. The Laugh-O-Gram Films Inc. is dead. It goes formally bankrupt in 1923. Its assets liquidated, its debts written off against a future that will belong to someone else. The building on 31st Street will eventually be demolished and rebuilt, and the neighborhood will change around it the way neighborhoods always do. The fairy tale films that Walt made, Little Red Riding Hood, Jack and the Beanstalk, the others, will survive only in fragments, partial prints in various states of decay, the wreckage of a first ambition. But Alice's Wonderland survives. And Walt Disney, sitting across from his brother in a California hospital room in the summer of 1923, is already somewhere else. He is already in the future, describing it as though it exists, making it real by the force of his narration, asking Roy to come with him to a place that is not yet there. The Kansas City years have cost him everything, except the thing that cost could not touch. He still believes. He has always believed. And in the particular ecosystem of the early American entertainment industry, chaotic, hungry, brutal, full of people with money who need people with ideas, belief of this specific and stubborn and self-renewing kind is not a personality quirk. It is a survival mechanism. It is a business strategy. It is, in ways that will not become fully clear for many years yet, the central technology of everything Walt Disney will go on to create. The train from Kansas City to Los Angeles runs through the flat heart of the country, through the Missouri plains and the Kansas wheat fields and the high desert of the Southwest, through landscapes that are enormous and indifferent, and lit by a light that belongs to no one. Walt sits in his coach seat with his film cans in his lap and the window beside him, and the country scrolling past, and he is, almost certainly, thinking about what comes next. He is always thinking about what comes next. The present tense, for Walt Disney, has always been a waiting room. He is going to California. He is going to build something. He doesn't know yet exactly what it will look like. The mouse is still years away. The castle is still decades away. The park that will eventually bear his name and become the most visited place on earth is not yet even a flicker in the imagination. All of that comes later, from seeds that are not yet planted. For now, there is only the train and the landscape and the film cans and the future rolling toward him through the American afternoon, wide open and entirely unmade, waiting for someone willing to begin. Chapter 3. Alice, Oswald, and Heartbreak, 1924 to 1927. The Santa Fe chief arrived in Los Angeles on a Tuesday morning in the summer of 1923, carrying among its passengers a young man of 21 with $39 in his pocket, a cardboard suitcase held together by optimism, and a single reel of film he had made in Kansas City that he was convinced would change his life. Walt Disney stepped off that train into a city still intoxicated by its own newness, a place where orange groves had given way to film studios almost overnight, where the smell of citrus still drifted through the canyons even as cameras rolled and lights blazed and the entire machinery of American fantasy was being assembled piece by piece from nothing. He had come to become a live-action director. He had failed at animation once already, or so the record suggested, and he had decided that Kansas City was behind him, that the Laugh-O-Gram studio which he had poured his youth and his savings into before watching it collapse into bankruptcy was simply a chapter closed. He was going to start fresh. He was going to make movies in the real sense of the word, with real actors and real sets, and the drawings would stay where they belonged in the past. He could not get a single meeting. The studios turned him away one after another, with the patient indifference of institutions that receive 100 young men like him every week. He had no credits, no connections, no reel of the kind they were interested in, and the confidence he wore so visibly on his face, that particular brightness that people either found charming or exhausting, did not translate into employment in a town that ran entirely on what you had already done. He moved in with his uncle Robert, who was kind enough to take him in, and perceptive enough to recognize that the young man sitting at his dinner table needed a project more than he needed sympathy. Walt began writing letters to his brother Roy, who was recovering from tuberculosis in a veterans' hospital in the San Fernando Valley. And in those letters, the pitch for a new venture began to take shape with each passing week. "Come out here," the letters said between their lines. "Come out here, and let us try this together." Roy Disney checked himself out of the hospital in the spring of 1923, not entirely recovered but recovered enough, and the two brothers sat down with a borrowed $100 from Uncle Robert and the $47 Roy had saved, and they formed a partnership that would outlast empires. They called it the Disney Brothers Cartoon Studio, and they set up their first operation in the back of a real estate office on Kingswell Avenue in Hollywood, a space so modest it was essentially a confession of where they stood. Roy handled the money, or the idea of money, since there was very little of it. Walt handled the art. It was an arrangement so natural it seemed almost biological, as though the two of them together constituted a single organism built for exactly this purpose. What Walt brought with him from Kansas City, beyond the failed studio and the hard lessons about cash flow and broken promises, was that unfinished reel of film he had made for a local doctor's daughter named Virginia Davis. It was a short piece called Alice's Wonderland, and it combined live-action footage of a real child with animated backgrounds and characters, blending the two worlds in a way that felt genuinely novel. The film was a demonstration piece, a proof of concept, and Walt had the instinct, correct as it turned out, that it might be the thing that opened a door. He sent it to a New York distributor named Margaret Winkler, who had built her business on distributing the Out of the Inkwell films featuring Coco the Clown, and had recently added the Felix the Cat series to her roster. She was sharp, experienced, and always looking for the next viable property. She watched the reel. She saw something in it. The letter that came back to the cramped office on Kingswell Avenue in October of 1923 was not merely encouraging. It was a contract. Margaret Winkler wanted a series of 6 films, each one following the same formula as Alice's Wonderland, with an option for more. The price per film was $1,500, which to Walt and Roy sitting in that converted real estate office felt like a number so large it required a moment of silence to absorb. They wrote back immediately, accepting the terms with the kind of careful restraint that barely concealed the fact that they were fighting every impulse to shout. They were in business. Actual business, with an actual contract, with actual money coming. They just had to make the films. The Alice comedies, as the series came to be called, had a logic to them that was both charming and slightly surreal. Virginia Davis, recruited from Kansas City at Walt's request, her family relocating to Los Angeles specifically for the production, played Alice, a real flesh-and-blood girl who somehow found herself dropped into an animated world populated by cartoon animals and landscapes. Walt filmed Virginia against plain white backgrounds. Then his animators drew the cartoon world around her, frame by painstaking frame, until the two elements were married into something that looked genuinely magical on screen, even though the process of making it was relentlessly, exhaustingly manual. Every cartoon character had to be drawn hundreds of times, each drawing slightly different from the last. The illusion of motion, assembled from nothing but paper and ink and the persistence of human attention. Walt drew when he could, directed always, paced the room, revised, pushed, corrected, pushed again. The studio needed animators. The two brothers could not produce a film a month, which was what the contract eventually demanded, on their own. Walt wrote to an old friend from Kansas City, Iwerks, who was perhaps the most technically gifted animator Walt had ever encountered, a man who could draw faster than seemed physically possible, and whose understanding of how cartoon movement worked was almost instinctive. Came to California in 1924 and joined the studio. And from the moment he arrived, the quality of the animation in the Alice films lifted perceptibly. He had a precision that Walt lacked, and a speed that compensated for what the small team could not produce on their own. and the two of them working together had the quality of a circuit completed, each one providing what the other was missing. The studio moved from the Kingswell Avenue office to a proper space on Hollywood Boulevard, and then, as the Alice series grew in popularity and the orders from New York multiplied, to a dedicated building on Hyperion Avenue in the Silver Lake neighborhood, a modest structure that would become, over the next several years, the physical home of everything Walt was building. He hired more animators, slowly and carefully, watching each one the way a craftsman watches an apprentice, looking not just for technical skill, but for the thing underneath the skill, the capacity to make a character feel alive, to invest a drawing with something that made an audience lead forward. Some of the men he hired had it. Some didn't, and those he let go, not without difficulty, because Walt Disney genuinely did not enjoy conflict of the personal kind, but without apology, because the work required it. The Alice films ran for nearly 3 years and produced 56 shorts in total, an output that was staggering when measured against the resources available to produce them. The quality was uneven, as it was bound to be at that pace, but at their best the films had a freshness and a playfulness that audiences responded to. Alice herself changed over the production run. Virginia Davis eventually gave way to other child actresses as the demands of the shooting schedule exceeded what any one young performer could reasonably provide. But the world she inhabited, the animated world that Walt and his team built around her, grew more confident with each passing installment. They were learning what worked. They were developing a vocabulary. Margaret Winkler's company changed hands in 1924 when she married Charles Mintz, who assumed control of her distribution business and effectively became the Disney brothers' primary contact with New York. Mintz was a different kind of operator than his wife. More aggressive, more transactional, more interested in squeezing efficiency out of the arrangement than in nurturing a creative relationship. Walt dealt with him professionally and kept his feelings largely to himself, but the dynamic was never quite comfortable, and Walt's instinct, which was always to expand, to reach further, to invest in the next thing before the current thing had fully paid off, frequently collided with the more conservative financial expectations that came from New York. The letters that passed between Los Angeles and Manhattan in those years have the quality of two people speaking different languages who are both convinced the other one is being unreasonable. By 1926, the Alice series was showing its age. Not in any dramatic way, not in a way that the audience necessarily articulated, but Walt could feel it. He had been making variations on the same formula for 3 years. The novelty of a real girl in a cartoon world had been real novelty once, but novelty has a half-life, and he could sense that what had seemed fresh in 1923 was becoming familiar in 1927 in a way that worried him. He wanted something new. He wanted a character. What Charles Mintz wanted, as it turned out, was also a character. He was looking for a fully animated series. No live action, no complicated filming of children against white backgrounds, just drawings, built around a rabbit. The concept was simple enough. Rabbits were popular characters in animation. They had an elastic quality that worked well in cartoons, their long ears and round bodies lending themselves to the kind of exaggerated physical comedy that audiences seemed to love. Mintz presented the idea to Walt as an opportunity, which it was, though opportunity and complication were, in Walt's experience, rarely separable. Walt took the challenge and brought it back to Hyperion Avenue, where he sat with Iworks and worked through what this character might be. The result, which emerged from their collaboration in 1927, was Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, a black and white figure with long ears, a cheerful disposition, and a physical looseness that allowed him to be stretched, compressed, dismantled, and reassembled in ways that were visually inventive and consistently funny. Ub's hand was all over the character design, his technical precision giving Oswald a solidity of line that made him look intentional in a way that some cartoon characters of the period didn't. Walt's sensibility was in the personality, in the impish warmth that made Oswald somebody you wanted to spend time with. The first Oswald cartoon, Poor Papa, was rejected by Mintz as too rough and too adult in its humor, and Walt took the criticism without argument and went back to work. The second attempt, Trolley Troubles, released in September of 1927, was a different matter entirely. Audiences responded immediately. Oswald was funny and charming and visually inventive in ways that made him stand out from the other cartoon characters competing for attention in those years, and the trades noticed, and the audience numbers were good. And for a period of several months in late 1927 and into the early weeks of 1928, Walt Disney walked through the rooms of the Hyperion Avenue studio with the particular quality of confidence that comes not from arrogance but from the sense that things are finally working the way they're supposed to work. The character was alive. People loved him. The series was expanding. He went to New York in February of 1928 to negotiate a better deal. It is worth pausing at this moment and sitting with the specific texture of Walt Disney's confidence as he prepared for that trip, because it illuminates something essential about who he was and how he moved through the world. He was 26 years old. He had built a studio from nothing, twice, if you counted Laugh-O-Gram as the first time. And this time he had not only survived, but produced a genuinely popular character that was generating real revenue and real attention. He had a team of talented animators. He had a proven formula. He had momentum. The trip to New York felt like the moment when the foundational work would be rewarded, when the contract would reflect what Oswald was actually worth, when the relationship with the distributor would be restructured on terms that acknowledged the studio's contribution to the success of the series. Charles Mintz was waiting for him with a different set of numbers. The conversation that took place in Mintz's New York office in the early days of March 1928 has passed into the mythology of American entertainment as a kind of parable about power, creative ownership, and the brutal education that the business side of art can provide to the people who make it. Mintz did not offer Walt a raise. He offered him a cut. The per-picture price he named was lower than what the studio was currently receiving. And when Walt pushed back, when he made the arguments that seemed to him entirely reasonable, the series is popular, the audience is growing, the quality is improving, Mintz revealed the card he had been holding throughout the conversation. He owned Oswald. Not Walt, not Roy, not the Disney Brothers cartoon studio. Charles Mintz, through the terms of the distribution contract that had been signed years earlier, held the rights to the character. If Walt refused the new terms, Mintz would simply continue producing Oswald cartoons using other animators, several of whom, he mentioned without apparent emotion, had already agreed to come work for him. He named the animators. Some of them were people Walt had hired, trained, invested in. The thing that strikes most people when they read accounts of this moment is not Walt's anger, though the anger was real, and those who knew him well could see it in the way he held himself in the days that followed, but his speed. The decision that Walt Disney made, in the aftermath of that meeting in Charles Mintz's office, was not the product of prolonged deliberation or strategic planning sessions or consultations with Roy, though Roy was consulted. The decision came quickly, and from somewhere very deep, from whatever part of a person contains their fundamental orientation toward the world. Walt would not accept the terms. He would not make Oswald cartoons for less money. He would not make Oswald cartoons at all. He would go home to Los Angeles, and he would build something new, and he would make sure, this time, that it belonged to him. He sent Roy a telegram before he left New York. Its contents, as recalled by those who saw it, were brief. It said, essentially, that he was starting over, and that they should not worry. Roy, who had learned over the course of his life to trust his younger brother's instincts about creative matters, even when those instincts seemed to defy financial logic, read the telegram and absorbed it, and began thinking about what starting over would require. Walt, on the long train ride back across the country, began drawing. There is a version of what happened on that train that has been told so many times it has taken on the quality of legend, which means that some of its specific details have been smoothed and polished by retelling, until they gleam in a way that real events rarely do. But the core of it is documented and consistent. On the journey from New York to Los Angeles, Walt Disney began developing a new character. He thought about what had made Oswald work: the physicality, the elastic comedy, the personality that an audience could project themselves onto. And he thought about what the character would need to be to belong entirely to him, to be something that no distributor could take, no contract could appropriate, no betrayal could strip away. He thought about the mice that had inhabited the Laugh-O-Gram studio in Kansas City, where he had sometimes worked so late that the only company was the small creatures moving through the room. And he thought about one mouse in particular that he had tamed enough to eat from his hand and that he had named, with the unself-consciousness of a young man alone with his work, Mortimer. The character he sketched on that journey was a mouse. He gave it round ears and white gloves, and the kind of cheerful, slightly defiant expression that seemed to come naturally when Walt was thinking about his own relationship to the world. He thought about calling it Mortimer, which was the name that had come to him first, but Lillian, his wife, whom he had married in 1925, the ink artist from the studio who had the good sense to fall in love with the most unreasonable man in the building, told him on his return that Mortimer was too grand, too pompous, and she suggested instead the name Mickey. Walt considered it. It was simple. It was friendly. It bounced off the tongue with a kind of casual warmth that made you want to say it again. Mickey Mouse. But the character was not yet the character. What Mickey needed, what any cartoon character needed, in 1928, in the weeks immediately following Walt's return from New York, was something to set him apart, some quality or context that would make him not merely another animated figure in a marketplace that was full of animated figures, but something genuinely new. The answer, when it came, was sound. The Jazz Singer had opened in October of 1927, just months before Walt's trip to New York, and its impact on the entertainment industry was still being absorbed, still radiating outward through every conversation about what movies were and what they could be. Al Jolson's voice, coming through the speakers in those darkened theaters, had changed something fundamental in the relationship between audience and screen. People who had accepted silence as the natural condition of cinema suddenly understood that it had never been natural at all, that it had always been a limitation pretending to be an aesthetic, and that the barrier between the world on screen and the world of the people watching it had just been dissolved. The sound film was not a novelty. It was the future, arriving without apology. Walt Disney understood this immediately and completely. Animation had never had a meaningful relationship with sound, not because the medium didn't need it, but because the technology had not been there, and the economics of building that technology into a short cartoon had not worked. Now the technology existed. The economics were a problem to be solved. Walt brought the idea back to Hyperion Avenue and sat with his team and described what he wanted: a Mickey Mouse cartoon built around sound from the ground up, not a silent film with sound added, but a film conceived in musical terms, where the movement of the characters and the rhythm of the action were synchronized with the music in a way that made them inseparable. Iwerks listened and began drawing. The cartoon they made was Steamboat Willie, and it was built around a simple comic premise. Mickey Mouse, aboard a riverboat, commandeers the vessel and then turns the animals on board into a kind of improvised orchestra, playing them like instruments, wringing music from their bodies with a cheerful indifference to their comfort that was somehow completely charming. The animation produced was extraordinary for its period, fluid and confident, and full of the physical invention that characterized UB's best work. But what made Steamboat Willie different from everything else in animation at that moment was the sound, and specifically the way the sound was not merely accompanying the animation but was embedded in it, woven through it, the images and the music moving together in a synchronization so precise that it created something new. Walt did not have the money to do this properly. He never had the money to do anything properly, which was perhaps why Roy's existence was so essential to the equation. They scraped together what they could, borrowed what they couldn't, and arranged a recording session in New York with a live orchestra, where Walt stood in the studio and watched the film projected on a screen while the musicians played, and he conducted them with a method that was largely improvised but proved effective, marking the beats with a drawn metronome on the film itself so the musicians could synchronize to the action. The recording was imperfect in ways that only the people in the room could hear, but the synchronization was genuine and the effect was extraordinary. When the sound was married to the image and the whole thing played back, the room fell quiet in a different way than silence. Steamboat Willie opened at the Colony Theater in New York on November 18, 1928. The audience laughed. They laughed in the specific surprised way that people laugh when something delights them so thoroughly that the delight has to come out somewhere, and the response carried through the industry with unusual speed. Film exhibitors, theater owners, the people who made the decisions about what played in their houses, recognized almost immediately that they were looking at something categorically different from what had come before. The reviews were enthusiastic. The word spread. Mickey Mouse, who had been conceived on a train ride home from the worst professional meeting of Walt Disney's life, who had been animated by the most gifted draftsman Walt had ever worked with, who had been given a voice by Walt himself, that small, squeaky, absolutely distinctive voice was suddenly everywhere. Charles Mintz kept Oswald. Walt kept Mickey. History recorded its verdict on that exchange, with the particular finality that belongs to things that turned out to be decisive. Oswald, the lucky rabbit, would surface and disappear, and surface again through the decades, a minor figure carrying the faint trace of a different possible future. Mickey Mouse would become something for which the English language had not yet, in November of 1928, developed adequate vocabulary. Not merely a character or a brand or a symbol, but a kind of cultural constant, a figure so embedded in the collective imagination of the century to come that it would become difficult to remember a time before him. But all of that was still ahead. What had actually happened, in the specific and unglamorous terms that history is made of before it becomes mythology, was this. A 26-year-old man from Missouri had been cheated out of a character he had built, and had responded not with bitterness or capitulation, but with the particular species of stubbornness that in retrospect looks like vision. He had gone home. He had drawn something new. He had borrowed money. He didn't have to record a soundtrack that didn't yet exist for a technology that was still being figured out by everyone including him. He had bet everything, again, on the thing in front of him. The Hyperion Avenue studio, in the final weeks of 1928, had the quality that very specific places sometimes acquire when something that matters is happening inside them. A sense of pressure and possibility operating simultaneously, the work moving faster than was comfortable, the stakes higher than was comfortable, and everyone in the building understanding, even if they couldn't have articulated it precisely, that the thing they were part of was not ordinary. Walt moved through those rooms the way he always moved, quickly and with purpose, stopping at an animator's desk to look at a drawing and offer a correction, standing in the doorway of his own office to watch the floor below, thinking about the next picture and the one after that, already designing in his mind the series of films that would follow Steamboat Willie and establish Mickey Mouse not as a novelty but as a permanent presence. He was thinking, always, about what came next. It was perhaps the most essential thing about him. Not his talent, not his taste, not his courage, though he had all of these, but his absolute incapacity to be satisfied with what had already been done. The canvas was always infinite. There was always more. Roy balanced the books, and worried about the money, and made the phone calls that kept the lights on, and was perhaps the only person on earth who fully understood what his brother was and what his brother required. Between them, in the small and slightly chaotic organism of the studio they had built together, something was being assembled that neither of them could have described in full, because it had not yet been assembled, because it was still in the process of becoming what it would eventually be. Outside, Los Angeles was growing around them, the city expanding in every direction at once, the orange groves retreating before the concrete and the asphalt, the sound of construction never quite stopping. It was a city that believed in the next thing with a conviction that sometimes tipped into delusion and sometimes tipped into genius. And in that regard, the two brothers on Hyperion Avenue were very much of their place and their time. Walt had lost Oswald. He had made Mickey. The train ride back from New York, which had begun as the worst journey of his professional life, had ended as the most consequential. He did not know this yet, not with the certainty that comes later when the shape of events becomes clear. But he felt something. He had always felt things before he understood them. And what he felt now, working late in the studio while the rest of Los Angeles slept, was that the ground beneath him had shifted into something more solid than it had been before, something that he had made himself and that belonged to him entirely, and that no contract and no distributor and no betrayal could reach. He kept drawing. Chapter 4. Steamboat Willie and Sound, 1928 to 1931. The summer of 1928 arrives in New York City, like a furnace door left open, and Walt Disney is sitting in a theater on Broadway watching a film he did not make, listening to sounds he cannot stop thinking about. The film is The Jazz Singer. Al Jolson's voice fills the house, warm, brash, impossibly alive, and the audience around Walt leans forward in their seats as though pulled by a tide. Walt watches the screen, but what he is really watching is the audience. He studies them the way a scientist studies a reaction in a beaker. The moment a voice comes through a speaker, and a face moves in synchrony with it, something fundamental shifts in human attention. People stop being observers. They become believers. Walt is 26 years old. He has a small studio on Hyperion Avenue in Los Angeles, a handful of animators he trusts, a character named Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, who had been performing well in theaters, and a business arrangement with Universal Pictures that he has just discovered is far less favorable to him than he understood it to be. The Oswald situation is a wound still fresh. Charles Mintz, the distributor who handled Oswald, had informed Walt during a trip to New York earlier that spring that not only would the studio be cutting Walt's fee per picture, but that Universal owned the rabbit outright. If Walt refused their terms, Mintz told him almost casually, they would simply hire away Walt's animators and make the pictures without him. Several of Walt's men, Mintz pointed out, had already agreed to come over. The studio could continue producing Oswald cartoons, with or without its creator. Walt had walked out of that meeting, having lost his character, several of his employees, and a significant portion of his income in a single afternoon. He took the train back to California. It is important to understand what Walt Disney does on that train, because it tells you nearly everything about the kind of man he is. Most people in that situation would have spent the miles between New York and Los Angeles in grief, or fury, or the particular numbness that comes when something you built is taken from you. Walt spends the journey drawing. He sketches a mouse. He writes down a name, Mortimer, and his wife Lillian, sitting beside him, gently suggests that Mortimer is not a name that invites affection. She suggests Mickey instead. Walt writes it down, looks at it, and decides she is right. By the time the train pulls into Los Angeles, Mickey Mouse exists. He is not yet famous. He is not yet beloved. He is a sketch on a piece of paper, round ears, white gloves that have not yet been drawn, a disposition that is mischievous and optimistic in roughly equal measure. But he is there, fully conceptualized in Walt's mind, and Walt has already decided something about him that no other cartoon character of the era can yet claim. Mickey Mouse will have a voice. The decision comes directly from that Broadway theater. Walt has seen what synchronized sound does to an audience. He has felt the room change. He understands with the clarity of genuine creative intuition that the future of animated film is not silence. The future of animated film is sound, and whoever arrives there first will own the landscape. His chief animator is a young man named Iwerks, who is one of the most naturally gifted draftsmen in the business. Can draw with a speed and precision that borders on the inhuman. In the months ahead, he will produce hundreds of animation frames per day while other animators struggle to complete dozens. And Walt trusts him completely, the way you trust someone you have known since you were both teenagers working at the same commercial art studio in Kansas City, dreaming about something larger than paste-up layouts and advertising illustrations. Walt pitches the mouse to and begins to draw. They produce 2 Mickey Mouse cartoons in the spring of 1928, Plain Crazy and The Gallopin' Gaucho, and both are completed without sound, because Walt intends to add it. The cartoons are shown to distributors in their silent form, and the distributors are unimpressed. The market is crowded with silent cartoons. There is nothing here, the distributors suggest, that separates a mouse from a rabbit. Walt does not argue. He goes home and begins working on the 3rd Mickey Mouse cartoon, and this one he designs from the beginning around sound. Steamboat Willie begins as a parody. The title references Steamboat Bill Jr., a Buster Keaton picture from that same year, and the premise is simple enough. Mickey Mouse pilots a riverboat, runs afoul of the captain, gets into trouble, and improvises his way through it. But the story is almost beside the point. What Walt is building is not a plot. He is building a demonstration. He is building proof of concept. He is building the argument, in moving pictures, that animation and sound are not merely compatible, but are in fact made for each other in a way that live-action film can never fully replicate. The logic is this: in a live-action film with synchronized sound, the sound is recording something that already exists. The actor speaks and the microphone captures the voice. But in animation, everything is invented. The animator draws a character hitting a pot with a spoon, and then the sound designer creates a sound to match that action. And because both the image and the sound are artificial constructions, they can be tuned to each other with a precision that live action cannot achieve. The pot can ring in exactly the pitch that makes it funny. The footstep can land on exactly the beat that makes it musical. Animation and sound, Walt understands, are not just compatible. They are natural partners. They complete each other. He and work out a system. The tempo of the cartoon's action will be tied to a musical beat, a click track, a metronome, so that the animators can plan every gesture and movement to land in synchrony with the music. The cartoon will be, in a sense, a piece of music that happens to have pictures. They select a tempo of 96 beats per minute, and they draw the entire picture to that rhythm, every movement plotted against it, every expression timed to fall on a downbeat or an upbeat with the same care that a choreographer uses when staging a dance. Draws Mickey. Walt draws Mickey. The rest of the small studio, animators, in-betweeners, people who do the ink and paintwork, contributes. The picture takes shape over the summer, and by the time the animation is complete, Walt is satisfied that what he has is something genuinely new. But the animation is only half of the problem. He still needs the sound. Finding someone to add synchronized sound to an animated cartoon in 1928 is not straightforward. The technology is new, and the people who control it are mostly aligned with the major studios, who have their own synchronized sound systems and their own proprietary equipment, and their own reasons for not lending any of it to a small independent producer on Hyperion Avenue. Walt approaches one company and then another, and the answer is either no or a price that he cannot afford. He finds his way to New York and to a man named Pat Powers, who controls a sound recording system called Cinephone. Powers is not a straightforward character. He is the kind of businessman who is always looking for the arrangement that benefits him slightly more than it benefits you, but he has what Walt needs. They work out an agreement, and on a September night in 1928, Walt stands in a recording studio in New York City and prepares to add sound to Steamboat Willie. The session is a disaster. The musicians they have hired are professional, but they have never played to a film before, and the challenge of synchronizing a live orchestra to a projected cartoon is substantially harder than anyone in the room has anticipated. The conductor watches the screen and tries to keep the tempo, but the music drifts. Actions on screen occur slightly before or after the sounds that are supposed to accompany them, and the effect is not charming but wrong, uncanny in the worst sense, the sense that makes an audience uncomfortable rather than delighted. Walt watches the playback and knows immediately that none of this can be used. He does not despair. He goes back to his hotel and thinks about the problem. The issue is synchronization. Specifically, how to give a conductor reliable information about exactly when specific actions will occur on screen so that the music can be prepared to meet them. Walt works out a system with a man named Wilfred Jackson, who has a musical background and a methodical mind. They create what Jackson will later describe as a bouncing ball approach, a visual cue embedded in the film itself, a drawn indicator that moves in time with the soundtrack so that whoever is conducting can track the beat against something they can see rather than trying to feel it through intuition. They return to the studio. The second session works. The sound that comes out of that recording session, a jaunty, loose, infectiously rhythmic version of Steamboat Bill and Turkey in the Straw, played in the 96-beat tempo that the entire cartoon was built around, is not sophisticated. It is not the work of a great composer or a great arranger. But it fits. It lands where it is supposed to land. When Mickey Mouse climbs onto the neck of a goat, and the goat's tail spins like a crank, and out of the goat's mouth comes the melody of Turkey in the Straw, the image and the sound arrive at the same moment, and the effect is something that no one in the audience has experienced before. Steamboat Willie opens on November 18, 1928, at the Colony Theater in New York City. The audience does not know what to make of it for approximately 4 seconds. Then they understand. Then they laugh, and they keep laughing. And when the cartoon ends, they applaud, and some of them applaud as though they are surprised at themselves for doing so. The reaction is not polite approval. It is genuine astonishment. Something is happening on that screen that they have never seen. And the fact that it is a mouse doing it, a simple drawn mouse piloting a steamboat and making the whole world around him into an instrument, the fact that it is this modest, mischievous, delighted little figure at the center of it, makes it more wonderful, not less. The reviews arrive within days. They are ecstatic. Critics who cover film understand that something has shifted. One of them writes that watching Steamboat Willie is like watching the future arrive on schedule. Walt reads the reviews in Los Angeles and allows himself exactly as much satisfaction as is warranted, which in his accounting is not very much, because the question of what comes next is already pressing on him. He has Mickey Mouse. He has proof that synchronized sound in animation works. He has distributors who are now very interested indeed. What he does not yet have is a system, a reliable, scalable way to produce animated cartoons with synchronized sound on a schedule that can supply a market that is suddenly very hungry for exactly this thing. He goes back to work. The early years of sound cartoons at the Disney studio are years of constant problem-solving, of technical invention driven by creative necessity. Walt is not a technical man in the engineering sense. He does not understand the mechanics of sound recording equipment or the physics of how a camera shutter interacts with a projector, but he understands what he wants, and he is relentless in his pursuit of the people and the tools that can get him there. He hires musicians. He hires a musical director named Carl Stalling, who has a gift for matching musical gesture to visual action, that is, in those early years, exactly what the studio needs. He works out a set of principles for how the cartoons should be scored. Not just synchronized, but genuinely musical, so that the relationship between the picture and the sound is not merely functional but expressive. The Silly Symphonies series begins in 1929 and represents something new in Walt's thinking. The Mickey Mouse cartoons are built around a character. The Silly Symphonies are built around music. Each one begins with a piece of music or a musical idea, and the animation is then created to serve that music to give it visual form. The first Silly Symphony, The Skeleton Dance, is a case in point. 4 skeletons emerge from graves in a moonlit cemetery and perform an elaborate, rhythmically precise dance to a piece of music arranged by Carl Stalling. There is no narrative to speak of. There is no character development. There is only the music and the movement, and the two are so perfectly married that the result is not a cartoon in the conventional sense, but something more like an illustrated piece of music, a music video, one might say, if the term existed in 1929. Walt takes The Skeleton Dance to a distributor who hates it. The distributor watches it and tells Walt to make more Mickey Mouse cartoons. The public wants Mickey, the distributor says. The public does not want dancing skeletons. Walt finds a different distributor. The Skeleton Dance plays to enormous enthusiasm. The public, it turns out, wants both Mickey and dancing skeletons, and is capable of appreciating the difference between a story cartoon and a music cartoon without needing to be told which one it is watching. This is something Walt understands about audiences that many of his contemporaries do not. They are smarter than the people who are trying to entertain them tend to assume. They can follow a more complex musical structure than a simple repetitive jingle. They can respond to visual ideas that have no dialogue and no clear narrative if the ideas are executed with enough craft and enough care. They are, in other words, capable of being elevated, of being brought somewhere new, if the person doing the elevating is willing to trust them. Through 1929 and 1930, the studio produces Mickey Mouse cartoons and Silly Symphonies at a pace that is, in retrospect, extraordinary. The team is small, and the budgets are tight, and the technology is still being invented in real time. There is no established playbook for how to make an animated sound cartoon. Every problem, how to time the music, how to record the voice, how to plan the animation so that it can be completed on schedule, how to manage a crew of artists who have never worked this way before, has to be solved by the people in the room, through trial and error, through argument and experiment, through the kind of collective improvisation that happens when intelligent people are working at the edge of what is possible. Walt is at the center of all of it. He is not, in these years, primarily a director or primarily a businessman. He is primarily a creative executive in the most complete sense of the term, someone who holds the vision of what the work should be and who is involved in every aspect of its execution without micromanaging any single aspect of it. He watches rough cuts of cartoons and gives notes. He sits in on recording sessions and listens for what is not working. He talks to his animators about the movement of their characters, about whether a character's walk feels like that character specifically, or whether it feels generic, about whether an expression is reading clearly from a distance, about whether the timing of a joke is right or whether it needs to breathe a little more. He is, by all accounts, from people who work with him in these years, both inspiring and difficult. He is inspiring because his vision is so clear, and his commitment to that vision is so absolute that working around him makes people feel as though what they are doing matters, as though the work is not merely commercial production, but something with genuine artistic stakes. He is difficult because the standards he holds are not fixed. They rise as the work improves, so that what was acceptable last year is not acceptable this year, and the team is always chasing a moving target. Walt does not think of this as difficult. He thinks of it as necessary. He believes, with complete sincerity, that the moment you are satisfied with what you are doing is the moment you stop getting better. And stopping getting better is, to his mind, a form of professional death. Mickey Mouse becomes, in these years, a phenomenon that no one at the studio had predicted and no one outside it had prepared for. His image appears on merchandise, watches, dolls, pencil cases, the proliferating commercial objects of a consumer culture that is learning how to attach itself to fictional characters. Children across the country know his name. His face is recognizable in a way that the faces of most living human beings are not. He is a three-color drawing of a mouse with round ears and white gloves, and he has achieved a degree of cultural saturation that would be remarkable for any figure and is extraordinary for one that does not exist outside of a piece of film. Walt watches this with a complicated mixture of pride and unease. He is pleased that Mickey is successful, because the success of Mickey funds the studio and the studio funds the work. But he is also wary of the character in a way that his business partners do not always understand. Mickey has become, he tells people, a symbol. Symbols cannot take risks. Symbols cannot be allowed to fail or fall or behave badly, because the public's relationship with a symbol is not the same as their relationship with a character. The public loves Mickey as they love a mascot, without the complicated, ambivalent emotional engagement that genuine storytelling requires. Walt finds this over time constraining. He will find in the years ahead that the more iconic Mickey becomes, the less he can do with him narratively, because the audiences who love the icon resist any content that complicates it. But this is a problem for later. In 1929 and 1930, Mickey is still new enough, and the studio is still young enough, and the possibilities of sound animation are still unexplored enough that Walt can move quickly. He is experimenting with color. He is thinking about how music can do more than accompany a cartoon, how it can actually structure one, how the emotional arc of a piece of music can become the emotional arc of a film. He is thinking about length, whether an animated film needs to be 6 minutes or whether it could be 30 or 60 or longer. He is thinking about what animation can do that live action cannot, and the answer he keeps arriving at is anything. Animation can do anything, because the only constraint on what you can draw is what you can imagine, and Walt's imagination does not appear to have any constraints that he has yet encountered. The studio moves in 1930 from its original Hyperion Avenue location to a slightly larger facility on the same street. It is still a modest operation by the standards of the major studios. A handful of buildings, a small staff, equipment that is functional rather than state-of-the-art. But within those modest walls, something is being built that will eventually dwarf nearly everything around it. Walt can feel it. He cannot articulate it in business terms or in the language of market forecasts. He feels it the way an artist feels when the work is going somewhere real. Not as a certainty exactly, but as a pull, a directional force, something that is asking him to keep moving forward. He keeps moving forward. By 1931, the silly symphonies have established themselves as something distinct from the Mickey Mouse cartoons in both form and ambition. They are being used increasingly as a laboratory. Walt uses them to experiment with things that would be too risky to try with Mickey. New techniques, new tonal registers, new kinds of storytelling. The symphonies can be melancholy. They can be strange. They can be purely abstract in their pleasures, built from the intersection of music and movement without any narrative superstructure at all. They give the studio room to breathe and room to fail, and both of those things matter enormously to Walt, who understands that you cannot make something genuinely new without the freedom to make something genuinely wrong. He is also, in these years, developing his understanding of what makes an animated character work. The early Mickey Mouse cartoons are full of energy and invention, but the characters in them are not deeply individuated. Mickey is cheerful and resourceful. Minnie is sweet. The villains are villainous. These are archetypes rather than individuals, and they function well enough for 6-minute comedies built around a single comic situation. But Walt is beginning to wonder, beginning to feel the pull of a larger question, whether animation can support something more complex. Whether a drawn character can be sufficiently real, sufficiently individual, to carry a story that takes longer than 6 minutes and requires something more from the audience than laughter. He is not ready to answer that question yet. The technology is not ready, and the team is not ready, and the financial foundation of the studio is not yet secure enough to support the kind of risk that a truly ambitious project would require. But the question is there, in the back of his mind, persistent and directional. It will stay there for several years, growing slowly more insistent, until one evening Walt gathers his animators in a parking lot outside the studio and begins to tell them a story about a girl and a poisoned apple and 7 small men who live in a cottage in the woods. But that is a different chapter. For now, it is enough to say that Walt Disney, in the years between 1928 and 1931, does something that is genuinely rare in the history of any art form. He identifies a new technology at the precise moment of its arrival. He understands immediately what it means and what it makes possible. He acts on that understanding with speed and conviction, committing to the new thing before anyone else has decided whether the new thing is going to last. And he uses that early commitment not merely to get ahead of his competition, but to think more deeply about what the new thing is actually for, what it can do at its best rather than at its most expedient. Sound in animation, in Walt's hands, is not a gimmick, and it is not a novelty, and it is not a technical achievement for its own sake. It is a means of expression. It is a way of giving a drawn world a texture and a presence that the drawn world alone cannot achieve. It is the difference between a character that moves and a character that lives. Mickey Mouse stands at the wheel of a steamboat, whistling, his ears catching the river wind, the whole enormous American landscape opening up behind him. The music rises. The audience, in the dark of a theater in New York City, leans forward. They believe. That is what Walt Disney built in those 3 years. Not a business, though the business would follow. Not a franchise, though the franchises would come. Not an empire, though the empire was already implicit in the ambition. What he built first and most essentially was belief. The belief that a drawn mouse could be real. The belief that sound and image together could create something more than either could create alone. The belief that an audience, given the chance, would lean forward and give themselves over to a world that exists nowhere but on a screen and in the imagination of the man who drew it. The screen goes dark. The projector stops. The audience sits for a moment in the silence after the music ends. And in that moment, the moment before the applause begins, before the lights come up, before they remember where they are and who they are and what time it is, they are still there. Still on the river. Still watching a mouse whistle in the summer sun. Walt Disney has put them there, and he has only just begun. Chapter 5. Color, Silly Symphonies, and Growth, 1932 to 1936. The studio on Hyperion Avenue had never been quiet, not really. Even in its still moments, the early morning hours before the animators arrived, when the California light came sideways through the windows and caught the dust drifting above the drawing tables, there was a hum to the place. A low, almost electrical current of intention, of unfinished things waiting to be finished. Walt Disney moved through those halls like a man who could hear that hum, who was tuned to its frequency in a way that made it impossible for him to be anywhere else and feel fully alive. He was 30 years old in 1932, and he had already accomplished more than most men dream of across a lifetime. Mickey Mouse had conquered the world. The talkies had transformed animation. The Silly Symphonies had given his artists a playground beyond the constraints of a recurring character. And yet Walt stood at his window in the mornings and looked at the world outside and felt, with a certainty that was almost physical, that something was still missing. What was missing was color. He had seen it in the way a summer afternoon looked in the San Fernando Valley, the way the hills went gold and amber in the dry season, and the bougainvillea fell in bright cascades over white walls. He had seen it in the way his daughter Diane's face lit up when she laughed, the warmth of it, the specific human truth of it, and he had thought, as he so often did, that black and white was a convention rather than a necessity, a habit the industry had fallen into and never thought to question. Walt Disney questioned everything. It was his most valuable quality, and depending on the day, his most exhausting one. The story of color in animation is inseparable from the story of a man named Herbert Kalmus, the co-founder of Technicolor Corporation, who had spent the better part of a decade trying to convince Hollywood that the future was chromatic. The two-strip Technicolor process, which captured red and green but could not render the full visible spectrum, had been used in live-action features through the late 1920s with mixed results. The colors felt strange, slightly poisonous, like a dream that was almost right but not quite. But by 1932, Kalmus and his engineers had developed something different. The three-strip process. A camera that shot through a prism, splitting light into three separate color records, rendering blue and green and red with a fidelity that had never been achieved before in cinema. When Kalmus showed Walt what this process could do, showed him test footage in which a flower moved from one shade to another with the specificity and complexity of a real flower in a real garden, Walt did not hesitate. He made his decision in the way he always made decisions that mattered, quickly, intuitively, without waiting for the rest of the industry to validate the instinct. He signed an exclusive agreement with Technicolor. For 2 years, the Disney studio would be the only animation studio in America with access to the three-strip process. Walt understood with the clarity of a man who had nearly lost everything before, that first-mover advantage was not just a business concept. It was a form of storytelling. You moved first, and the world organized itself around your movement. The film that would introduce three-strip Technicolor to the world was called Flowers and Trees. It had been partway through production as a black-and-white silly symphony when Walt made the decision to scrap the completed work and begin again in color. His animators were not uniformly enthusiastic about this. The restart meant weeks of additional labor. It meant learning new techniques, working with a palette that had no established conventions in animation, solving problems that had never been solved before, because they had never before needed to be solved. Some of the men on the floor grumbled. Walt let them grumble. He had a high tolerance for the frustration of his artists, provided that frustration was moving in the direction of something better. The process of learning to animate in color was, by every account from those who lived through it, both maddening and exhilarating. The challenge was not simply to add color to existing drawings, as if filling in a coloring book. The challenge was to understand color as a storytelling tool, to think about what emotional information a particular shade of blue carried, how a shift from warm to cool tones could signal danger or sorrow, how the relationship between the colors on the screen could guide an audience's eye and feeling without a single word being spoken. Walt's background painters, who had been working in monochrome, suddenly found themselves in possession of a new language and were expected to become fluent overnight. What they produced when Flowers and Trees premiered on July 30th, 1932, as part of the bill for MGM's release of Strange as It Seems, was something that audiences had genuinely never seen before. The film tells a simple story, a romance between two trees interrupted by a gnarled villain of a stump, resolved through the natural justice of a forest fire that destroys the antagonist and clears the way for the lovers to flourish. In black and white, this would have been a pleasant enough confection. In three-strip Technicolor, it was a revelation. The greens of the forest floor were the greens of an actual forest floor. The warm amber of the fire had depth and heat in it. The soft blues of the sky carried a tenderness that you did not have to be instructed to feel. You simply felt it, the way you feel the quality of afternoon light without being told what afternoon means. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences had introduced a new category that year, the award for Best Animated Short Film. Flowers and Trees won it, and in doing so, established something that would become a pattern. The Disney Studio and the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences were going to have a long and mutually rewarding relationship. Walt accepted the award with the kind of gracious public modesty that he had learned to perform well, and then went back to Hyperion Avenue and started thinking about what came next. The award mattered to him, but what mattered more was the exclusivity agreement with Technicolor and what he intended to do with the time it gave him. What came next, in the calendar of 1932 and into 1933, was a period of almost violent creative productivity at the studio. The silly symphonies in color were not merely the same films with a new coat of paint. They were a different kind of film. Walt and his key directors, Wilfred Jackson, Ben Sharpstein, David Hand, began to understand that color allowed them to build emotional environments rather than just emotional actions. The world around the characters could speak. The sky could grieve. The ground could threaten. Light itself could become a character. It was in this period that the studio produced what many historians would later consider its first genuine masterpiece of the short form, The Three Little Pigs, which premiered on May 27, 1933. On its surface, the film is a familiar fairy tale. Three pigs, a wolf, a series of houses, a moral about the rewards of diligence and the dangers of laziness. Walt had heard the pitch and had been skeptical at first. He worried the premise was too thin, too obvious, too easy. What changed his mind was a conversation about character. The animator responsible for developing The Three Pigs, Fred Moore, brought Walt a set of drawings that did something previous Disney animation had rarely managed to do. Each of the three pigs was distinctly, irreducibly themselves. They moved differently. They held their weight differently. Their faces communicated different interior lives with the same basic arrangement of eyes and nose and mouth. The two lazy pigs, Fifer and Fiddler, had a looser, more elastic energy, the physical expression of their casual relationship to consequence. The industrious pig, Practical, had a different quality of movement altogether, a groundedness, a sense of someone who was working from the inside out rather than performing for an audience. Walt looked at those drawings and understood, with the immediacy of genuine aesthetic conviction, that here was the thing he had been trying to articulate. Character as destiny, character made visible in the body, character as the engine of story. The film was made with a level of care that was unusual, even by the standards of a studio already known for its high standards. The Three Little Pigs ran just over 8 minutes, and into those 8 minutes the animators poured months of work. The color palette was carefully designed to give each pig's house its own emotional register, the straw house warm and golden and fragile, the stick house slightly cooler, the brick house solid and earth-toned and safe. The wolf was a study in menace and comic deflation, dangerous until he wasn't, humiliated in a way that gave the audience the specific pleasure of watching arrogance meet its limit. The song "Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf" became something more than a theme from a cartoon. It became, in the grim year of 1933, a national anthem of resilience. The United States was in the depths of the Great Depression. 1 in 4 Americans was unemployed. Banks had failed. Families had lost homes, farms, futures. And here was this 8-minute film about building something that could withstand the wolf at the door. And people watched it, and heard the pigs singing and felt, in a way they could not entirely explain, that they were being spoken to. The film was held over at theaters for weeks, months. It played on bills with feature films, and the audiences asked for it again before the feature began. Walt Disney was given a second Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film for The Three Little Pigs. He was becoming a figure of genuine cultural weight, not simply a successful businessman in the entertainment industry, but someone who was understood to be doing something meaningful, something that connected to human experience in ways that more sophisticated and self-serious art forms were failing to reach. He was not entirely comfortable with this. Walt had a complicated relationship with admiration. He needed it, in the way that driven men often need external confirmation of what they already believe about themselves. But he also found it slightly embarrassing, and more than slightly distracting. What he wanted to do was work. What he wanted to do was make the next thing better than the last thing. The studio grew throughout 1933 and 1934 in ways that created as many problems as they solved. Walt was hiring constantly: animators, background artists, inkers, painters, storymen, musicians, sound engineers. The talent coming through the doors of the Hyperion studio included some of the most gifted artists of a generation. Young men who had grown up drawing and had found their way to Hollywood by various routes, and were now part of something they could sense, even if they could not yet name it, was historic. Among them were men who would define the art form for decades: Ward Kimball, Milt Kahl, Frank Thomas, Ollie Johnston. The 9 old men, Walt would eventually call them, with the affectionate irony he reserved for the people he valued most. But in 1933 and 1934, they were young men learning their craft, and the studio was their school. Walt's approach to running this school was idiosyncratic and occasionally controversial. He had enrolled many of his animators in formal art classes at the Chouinard Art Institute, paying their tuition out of studio funds, insisting that the men who drew his films understand the human figure, understand perspective, understand light and shadow, and the physical laws that governed the real world they were trying to exceed. Some of the animators resisted this, feeling that cartoon movement operated by its own laws and that academic training was beside the point. Walt disagreed with a quiet forcefulness that left very little room for argument. He believed, and would continue to believe throughout his life, that the only way to transcend the rules was to know them completely. You could not create convincing magic unless you understood what made things real. The studio's in-house training went beyond the formal classes. Walt established what amounted to a weekly seminar in animation, bringing in experts from outside the film industry, anatomists, dancers, athletes, actors, to speak to his artists about how bodies worked and how movement communicated meaning. He himself was an obsessive observer of human behavior. Friends and colleagues described a man who could not walk through a department store without watching how people moved, how they held their grief or their joy in their bodies, how a child's excitement registered differently in the legs than in the arms. This was not merely curiosity. It was research. Walt Disney, who could not draw particularly well himself, and was perfectly aware of this, had a visual intelligence of the highest order. He could look at a drawing and know immediately whether it was alive. The mid-30s brought a rapid succession of silly symphonies that pushed the studio's technical and artistic capacity in new directions with each production. The Grasshopper and the Ants in 1934, another Aesop fable in color, continued the exploration of music as storytelling. The Flying Mouse in 1934 introduced a greater emotional complexity into the short form. Its protagonist, a young mouse who wishes to fly, gets his wish, and discovers that being different from everyone else carries costs he hadn't anticipated. The film was darker in its emotional register than anything the studio had produced before, and Walt had pushed for that darkness against the instincts of some of his directors, who worried audiences would find it uncomfortable. Walt had a different theory. He believed audiences, and particularly children, had far greater emotional range than the entertainment industry typically credited them with. He believed that a story without genuine stakes, without the real possibility of loss or consequence, was a story without truth, and a story without truth could entertain but could not move. The Goddess of Spring, in 1934, was an explicit experiment in drawing the human figure convincingly. The film retells the myth of Persephone, her abduction to the underworld and eventual return, and it required the animators to render a female figure that could carry emotional weight across a range of movement. The results were not entirely successful, The figure moved with a rubbery quality that undermined her dignity, the animators not yet having solved the technical problems of rendering realistic female human movement, but Walt saw the attempt as essential, regardless of its imperfection. They were solving problems he knew they would need to have solved before long, for reasons he had not yet announced to anyone. Pluto's Judgment Day, in 1935, marked the continued evolution of the studio's capacity for sustained emotional experience within the short form. More sophisticated in its staging than anything that had come before, more confident in its use of color to build psychological space, it demonstrated a studio that had absorbed its lessons and was ready for a new order of challenge. The Tortoise and the Hare in 1935 showed the studio at its most assured. The film is again a familiar fable. Max Hare and Toby Tortoise, speed against persistence, arrogance against quiet confidence. But in the hands of the Disney animators, it becomes something approaching a meditation on character and time. Max Hare's animation is a masterpiece of physical comedy and personality. Every line of his movement communicates the specific self-satisfaction of someone who has never had to work for anything, the breezy confidence of the naturally gifted. Toby Tortoise moves in a completely different time signature, slow and deliberate and somehow deeply dignified. The contrast between their movement styles is itself a story, told entirely through the body, requiring no words to communicate. The film won the Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film in 1935. Walt's fourth. Throughout this period, even as the silly symphonies consumed enormous creative energy, Mickey Mouse had continued to evolve. Walt had always been protective of Mickey, in a way that was slightly separate from his relationship to his other creations. Mickey was personal, in a way that was hard to explain, and that Walt rarely tried to explain. The character had been born in a moment of genuine crisis, when Oswald the Lucky Rabbit had been taken from him, and he had needed to find something new with almost no time and no resources. That origin story gave Mickey a significance that transcended commerce. He was proof of what Walt could do when everything was taken away. He was the irreducible thing. Mickey's design evolved through these years in response to the evolving demands of animation. The early Mickey, the 1928 version, was a relatively simple figure: circular head, circular ears, simple body, gloves that made the hands readable against any background. But as the stories he was asked to carry became more complex, as the emotions he was required to express became more specific, the animators began to make subtle changes to his design. His eyes, originally simple circles, developed pupils that could move and communicate internal states. His face acquired greater expressive range. The gloves remained, they would always remain, but everything else was gradually refined toward greater expressiveness. The Brave Little Tailor and other Mickey films of the mid-30s showed a character who was fully realized, whose personality was consistent and knowable, and yet capable of surprise. Walt himself continued to provide Mickey's voice through this period, and this was not incidental. The voice Walt gave Mickey, warm and eager and slightly tentative, optimistic in a way that never curdled into naivety, was in some measure Walt's own voice, or at least the voice of how Walt understood himself at his best. Mickey was brave because he had to be, not because he was reckless. Mickey found solutions, not through superior strength, but through ingenuity and determination. Mickey, when he failed, which he sometimes did, got up and tried again. Walt Disney had built a mirror and given it ears and a pair of white gloves, and audiences around the world had looked into that mirror and found something that felt like themselves. By 1934, Walt had told his closest associates that he intended to make a feature-length animated film. The response to this announcement ranged from skeptical to alarmed. The conventional wisdom of the industry was settled and firm. Animation was a short-form art. Audiences would not sustain attention through a feature-length cartoon. The visual medium of animation, however charming in 8-minute doses, would become exhausting at 80. The newspapers had already given the project a nickname, with the particular cruelty that the press reserves for ambitious undertakings it does not expect to succeed. Disney's folly, they called it. Walt did not spend much time worrying about what the newspapers called things. He was too busy thinking about Snow White. The story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs had been with Walt since childhood. He had seen a silent film version of the fairy tale as a boy in Kansas City, had sat in the dark and watched the story unfold on the screen, and felt the specific electric sensation of a narrative that was working on him at a level deeper than thought. The prince and the princess, and the wicked queen, and the seven small men in the forest. There was a structure there that he understood was ancient and correct, a story that had survived centuries of retelling because it carried something true about the world. The stepmother's vanity and its consequences. The girl's goodness and its reward. The dwarfs, each one distinct and necessary, each one a different version of human limitation and human lovability. The challenge of making Snow White as a feature was not simply one of scale, though scale was part of it. The challenge was to sustain emotional engagement across a length of time that animation had never attempted, which meant solving problems that had never been solved. The queen had to be genuinely frightening. Not pantomime villain frightening, but the kind of frightening that made your body react before your mind caught up. Snow White herself had to be sympathetic across more than an hour of screen time, which meant she could not be merely sweet. She had to be specific, had to have quirks and fears, and a particular kind of humor that made her feel like someone you had met rather than someone you had been instructed to care about. The dwarfs had to be differentiated, not just by their names, but by the way they moved, the way they held their bodies, the specific physical expression of their individual character. 7 characters, each one as fully realized as the best work the studio had done in short film. 7 characters moving with conviction, speaking with voice actors who were bringing genuine performances rather than functional sound effects. Walt had begun staffing up for Snow White in 1934, quietly without announcing the project publicly, pulling his best animators away from the silly symphonies and Mickey shorts to work on character development and story. He held evening presentations in the studio, what would later be called story meetings, though at this stage they were more like theatrical performances. Walt would act out the entire story of Snow White, playing every character himself, doing the queen's cold cruelty and the dwarf's comic fumbling, and Snow White's gentle warmth. He was, by all accounts, a remarkable performer in these sessions, a man who had absorbed so deeply the emotional logic of the story that he could inhabit each of its characters completely. The animators watching these performances understood they were being given something that drawing classes and technical seminars could not provide: a full-body understanding of what the film was supposed to feel like. The studio that was preparing to make Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs in 1935 and 1936 was already a different institution from the small operation that had struggled to meet payroll in 1928. There were nearly 200 employees on the Hyperion lot by 1936, a number that would increase rapidly as Snow White entered full production. Walt had reorganized the studio's departments, introducing systems for tracking and reviewing work that allowed him to maintain quality control across a far larger operation than any one man could oversee through direct supervision alone. The sweatbox screenings, so named for the small hot projection room where Walt watched work in progress, became legendary. Walt would sit in that room and watch pencil test after pencil test, and his feedback would be specific, precise, and demanding. Not cruel, not capricious, Walt could be harsh, but he was not arbitrary, and even the animators who feared his disapproval acknowledged that his eye was almost always right. The question of what the world looked like in Snow White was one that occupied Walt and his background painters for months before a single frame of final animation was completed. The forest in which Snow White lives and nearly dies had to feel dangerous without being merely dark. The dwarf's cottage had to feel like a place that had been lived in by 7 specific and not particularly domestic beings for a very long time. The clutter of it, the accumulation of small details that suggested decades of bachelor living. The Queen's castle had to carry Gothic menace without becoming a parody of menace. Walt and his art director, Gustav Tenggren, whose background was in Scandinavian illustration and who had a painter's understanding of how atmosphere carried meaning, spent long hours over storyboards discussing what each environment was emotionally asking the audience to feel. Every location was a character. Every background was a form of narration. It was in this period, between 1934 and 1936, that the studio arrived at what the animators would later codify as the 12 principles of animation, the foundational grammar of the art form, articulated not through formal instruction but through the daily practice of solving specific problems. Squash and stretch, the principle that living bodies deform under force and recover elasticity, giving movement the sense of weight and life that purely mechanical movement lacks. Anticipation, the principle that significant actions must be preceded by a smaller preparatory action that signals to the audience what is about to happen, giving the eye time to prepare. Staging, the principle that the clearest possible presentation of an idea requires ruthless decisions about what to show and what to withhold. Follow-through, the principle that nothing stops cleanly, that bodies and clothes and hair continue to move after the primary action is complete, carrying the momentum of what just happened into the quiet after. These principles were not invented at the Disney studio. They are implicit in the physics of the real world, in the way things actually move. What the Disney animators did was observe the real world with more systematic attention than anyone had previously applied to animation, and extract from that observation a set of usable rules. Walt had made this possible through his insistence on the figure drawing classes, on the visits from outside experts, on the expectation that his artists would study real animals and real humans and real water and real fire with the seriousness of scientists. The studio's reference library of live-action footage grew throughout this period. Animals moving, people walking and running and falling and laughing, fire burning in different conditions, water moving in different volumes and speeds. The animators studied this footage not to copy it, but to understand it, so that their departures from reality would be informed departures, exaggerations of truth rather than accidents of ignorance. By the end of 1936, the studio on Hyperion Avenue was a place under creative siege. Snow White was in full production. The resources required were staggering. Walt had invested everything the studio had earned through the Silly Symphonies and the Mickey shorts, and then borrowed substantially beyond that, and still the film was behind schedule and over budget. Roy Disney, Walt's brother, and the studio's financial conscience, walked a narrow line between supporting Walt's vision and managing the anxiety of their bankers and distributors, who had seen the budget projections and were having difficulty understanding how an animated film about a fairy tale princess and 7 small men in a forest could possibly justify this level of expenditure. Walt understood their anxiety. He did not share it. He had watched his animators solve problem after problem: the fluid movement of Snow White's hair, the terrifying sequence in the forest when the trees came alive around her, the delicate rendering of the Queen's transformation from vain beauty to hunched crone. He had sat in the sweatbox and watched scenes that moved him to something approaching tears, not sentimentality, but the specific emotion of someone who recognizes truth being told. He knew what they were making. He knew that whatever it cost, whatever the industry said, whatever the newspapers called it, the thing being built in the rooms and halls and projection rooms of the Hyperion studio was going to change what people understood animation to be. He was right. He had been right before. He would continue to be right in ways that bankrupted him and elevated him and exhausted him and sustained him. And in the quiet of the early California mornings, with the hum of unfinished things rising around him, Walt Disney stood at his window and looked at the light on the hills and thought about what came next. There was always something that came next. That was the point. That had always been the point. The canvas was never finished. The canvas was infinite. And somewhere in the rooms behind him, drawn by hands he had trained and guided and pushed past what they believed they were capable of, Snow White was waking up. Chapter 6. Folly into Feature Films, 1937 to 1940. There is a particular kind of courage that does not announce itself. It does not arrive with trumpets or declarations. It comes quietly, in the form of a decision made in a room full of doubters, a signature placed at the bottom of a budget that makes accountants go pale, a vision held so steadily in the mind of one man that it begins, slowly, to feel inevitable to everyone around him. Walt Disney had that kind of courage. And in the autumn of 1934, when he gathered his animators in a soundstage and acted out the entire story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, playing every character himself, spinning around the room, voicing the evil queen's menace and the dwarf's comedy and the princess's gentle wonder, he was planting the seed of something that would permanently alter the course of cinema. But the story of Chapter 6 does not begin in 1934. It begins in the years just before the great gamble paid off. In the long and agonizing stretch of time when the outcome was genuinely unknown, when the Hollywood establishment had already written their verdict, and when Walt Disney was spending money he did not yet have on a dream that no one else could see clearly but him. They called it Disney's folly. The press said it with a smirk. Industry insiders said it with the weary authority of men who had seen dreamers broken before. An animated feature film, full length with synchronized sound, with a genuine emotional arc, with characters who breathed and suffered and hoped, was, in the settled consensus of 1935 Hollywood, an absurdity. Audiences would grow bored. Their eyes would tire. The medium of animation was suited to 7 minutes of laughter, not 90 minutes of feeling. Walt Disney, they said, was walking straight off a cliff, and he was taking his studio with him. Walt heard all of it. He was not a man who sealed himself off from the world's opinion. He read the trades. He knew what people were saying. And he kept going anyway, because the vision in his head was more real to him than the skepticism of people who had never made anything that mattered as much to them as Snow White mattered to him. The production of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is one of the great logistical and artistic sagas in the history of American art. To understand what Walt was attempting, you have to understand what animation looked like in 1934. The Disney studio was already the finest animation house in the world. The silly symphonies had proven that, and Mickey Mouse had made Walt famous on 3 continents. But the gap between what they were doing and what a feature film demanded was staggering. The characters in their shorts were elastic, bouncy, built for comic effect. They moved in ways that delighted the eye, without asking the eye to believe. A feature film about a human girl, about real human grief and longing and love, required something entirely different. It required the animators to make the audience forget they were watching drawings. Walt hired Don Graham, an art instructor, to run classes at the studio. Night after night, animators who had already proven themselves masters of their craft sat in folding chairs and drew from live models, studied the movement of fabric, learned the principles of weight and anatomy that would make their work feel inhabited rather than illustrated. Walt brought in live-action reference footage, actresses moving through the Snow White scenes, so his animators could study the precise way a hem swings when a woman turns, the way a hand rises instinctively to the throat in moments of fear. He wanted every frame to feel earned. The multiplane camera arrived during this period, and it changed everything. The device, a towering contraption of layered glass panels, each holding a different element of a scene, all photographed through a single lens with precise control of depth and focus, gave Disney animation its first real sense of 3-dimensional space. When the camera moved through a forest now, the trees in the foreground blurred slightly as the midground sharpened, and the background drifted at its own pace, and the eye received the information it had always received from the real world, and felt, without knowing why it felt this, that it was moving through something genuine. Walt debuted the technology in a silly symphony called The Old Mill in 1937, a film with no characters and no dialogue, just wind and rain and creatures sheltering in a crumbling windmill, and audiences sat in silence watching it and felt moved by something they could not name. The budget for Snow White climbed. It climbed past what anyone had projected, past what the studio could comfortably sustain, past the point where bankers looked at the numbers with anything other than alarm. Walt mortgaged his own home to keep production going. He showed cut reels to the Bank of America, not finished film, but rough animation, unpolished and provisional, and he talked through it with the enthusiasm of a man describing something he could see perfectly. And the banker, Joseph Rosenberg, watched the rough footage and made a decision based not on the numbers but on the evident conviction of the man sitting next to him. The loan was extended. Production continued. There were creative crises throughout. The character of Snow White herself was the hardest to animate convincingly. She had to be beautiful without being blank, innocent without being stupid, gentle without being passive. Dozens of animators struggled with her and found her elusive. Hamilton Luske eventually took primary responsibility for her movement, using rotoscoped footage of a young dancer named Marjorie Belcher as a foundation, but Walt pushed his team relentlessly to go beyond the reference footage, to find the inner life of the character rather than merely tracing her outline. The dwarfs, by contrast, came easily, or rather, they came with difficulty but with joy, because each one was a puzzle of personality that his animators loved solving. Grumpy's crossed arms and suspicious squint. Dopey's loose-limbed stumble through the world. Doc's flustered authority. These were characters who arrived at the studio and immediately felt like they had always existed. The voice cast was assembled with enormous care. Adriana Caselotti was discovered almost by accident. Her father ran a vocal studio, and she answered a casting call that was never meant for her, and her voice, once heard, was immediately and irrevocably Snow White's voice. Lucille Laverne played the evil queen with a cold grandeur that made the character genuinely frightening, and then asked Walt if she could also voice the witch, the queen's transformation. He agreed. She disappeared to the bathroom and came back and delivered the witch's voice, and no one in the room could quite explain what she had done differently. Later, she admitted she had removed her false teeth. Walt oversaw every element of the production with an intensity that exhausted the people around him. He screened footage constantly, pushing for changes that sometimes seemed impossibly small. The angle of a head, the timing of a pause, the way a shadow fell across a character's face, but that accumulated into a film of extraordinary precision. He was not tyrannical in the way that some powerful men are tyrannical, with cruelty and contempt. He was demanding in the way that someone is demanding when they can see exactly what something should be and cannot rest until it becomes that thing. The film was completed in the late autumn of 1937, and Walt arranged a preview screening for studio employees and their families before its public release. He sat in the dark with everyone else and watched the film that had consumed 4 years of his life, and when it was over, people were crying. Not politely dabbing their eyes in the way that people do when they feel they are expected to cry, but actually weeping, undone by the death scene, by the dwarf's grief, by the sheer accumulated emotional weight of something they had not expected a cartoon to carry. The world premiere of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs took place on December 21, 1937, at the Carthay Circle Theater in Los Angeles. Hollywood came out in force. Stars and directors and producers who had spent 2 years privately predicting the film's failure now arrived in their formal clothes to see what Walt Disney had actually made. Charlie Chaplin was there. Judy Garland was there. The theater filled with the industry's greatest names, and then the lights went down and the film began. What happened over the next 83 minutes changed the history of cinema. The audience laughed at the dwarfs and caught their breath at the Queen's transformation, and sat in devastating silence when Snow White lay motionless in her glass coffin, and the dwarfs knelt around her with a grief so specific and so authentic that it reached through the screen and touched something in every human heart in that room. When it was over, the audience gave the film a standing ovation. Several of the industry figures, who had most publicly predicted failure, were seen wiping their eyes. The reviews were not merely positive. They were the kind of reviews that mark a turning point. Critics reaching for language adequate to something they had not seen before, something that had expanded the boundaries of what they believed was possible. The New York Times called it a classic. Others invoked the names of great literature, of Grimm and Andersen, and the oldest storytelling traditions of human civilization. Snow White was not being reviewed as a cartoon. It was being reviewed as a film. The box office numbers confirmed what the reviews suggested. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs earned more money in its initial release than any sound film made to that point. It was re-released multiple times over the following decades and continued earning. It made Walt Disney not merely famous but legendary, not merely successful but historically significant. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences awarded the film an honorary Oscar, a single full-size statuette, and 7 miniature ones, presented by Shirley Temple, and the image of that unusual award became one of the most reproduced photographs in Hollywood history. But even as the accolades arrived, Walt was already somewhere else. He had never been a man who paused to savor what he had accomplished. The success of Snow White did not feel to him like a destination. It felt like a beginning, like a proof of concept, like the first confirmation that the things he had been imagining were possible in a medium that was still learning what it could contain. He had a list. He had always had a list. And now, he had the resources and the reputation and the mandate to begin working through it. Pinocchio was already in production before Snow White was released. Walt had acquired the rights to Carlo Collodi's 1883 Italian novel several years earlier and had set his story department to work on an adaptation. The novel itself was episodic and morally complex and not particularly suited to the emotional arc that Walt wanted, and the adaptation process was long and sometimes contentious. The early version of the film was darker, less focused, and Walt shut it down partway through production and started over. He brought in new writers, new character designers, new approaches to the central question of who Pinocchio was and what his story meant. The answer they arrived at was both simpler and more emotionally precise than what they had initially attempted. Pinocchio was a story about conscience, about the long, difficult process of learning to distinguish right from wrong, to resist temptation, to become the kind of person who deserves the life he wants to live. The cricket, renamed Jiminy, and transformed from a minor character in the original novel into the film's moral center, was the key invention that made everything else work. Jiminy Cricket, small, hapless, perpetually overwhelmed by the scale of his responsibility, but earnest in a way that made earnestness seem like the only reasonable response to the world, gave the film its voice and its warmth. The animators who worked on Pinocchio were, in many respects, working at a higher technical level than anything they had achieved on Snow White. The film is almost impossibly beautiful in places. The workshop scenes with their hundreds of detailed objects, each one rendered with a craftsmanship that serves no narrative purpose but that creates an overwhelming sense of a real place. The underwater sequences with their movement of light and their strange, pressured stillness. The inside of Monstro the whale, vast and dark and throbbing with a terrifying organic life. The character animation had also advanced significantly. Pinocchio himself was more convincingly three-dimensional than Snow White had been, his wooden joints and hinged movement integrated into his character rather than fought against. The voice work was exceptional throughout. Dickie Jones brought an affecting innocence to Pinocchio that never tipped into saccharine. Cliff Edwards gave Jiminy Cricket a rueful, self-deprecating comic wisdom that made him one of the great animated characters in the history of the medium. And the music, composed primarily by Lee Harline and Ned Washington, contained one song, a quiet, unassuming little tune called When You Wish Upon a Star, that would become perhaps the most recognizable piece of music ever associated with the Disney Company. A melody so perfectly matched to the emotional aspiration at the heart of everything Walt was building that it eventually became the sound of Disney itself. Pinocchio was released in February of 1940 and was received with critical admiration that in some respects exceeded even what Snow White had earned. Many critics considered it a more accomplished film than its predecessor, tighter, more visually sophisticated, more emotionally complex. But the timing was devastating. The European market, which had contributed significantly to Snow White's extraordinary earnings, was now largely inaccessible. Hitler's army was moving across the continent. Borders were closing. The audiences who had wept at Snow White in France and England and Germany were no longer going to cinemas in the same numbers, for reasons that had nothing to do with animation, and everything to do with the catastrophe unfolding across their world. Pinocchio lost money on its initial release. Not catastrophically, not irreversibly, but measurably, genuinely. Walt absorbed this reality with the outward composure he typically maintained in the face of setbacks, but people who knew him could see the weight of it. He had spent more on Pinocchio than on Snow White. He had pushed his team harder, achieved more, made something arguably better, and the world had not responded the way he needed it to. The studio's finances, never entirely comfortable even in the Snow White afterglow, were under real pressure. Fantasia had been conceived as something different from either of these films, different from anything, in fact, that had ever been attempted in cinema. The project had begun modestly enough, as a short film pairing Leopold Stokowski's orchestral arrangement of Paul Dukas' The Sorcerer's Apprentice with Mickey Mouse in the title role. Walt had met Stokowski at a dinner party, and the two men had discovered in each other a shared appetite for experimentation, a mutual impatience with the limits of what their respective mediums were assumed to be capable of doing. Stokowski was one of the great conductors of the age, famous for his interpretations and his innovations, and his particular genius for making orchestral music feel visceral and immediate. Walt was, by 1938, the most famous filmmaker in the world. Their collaboration on The Sorcerer's Apprentice was announced as a short film, but almost immediately it began expanding in Walt's imagination into something larger. What if the entire film was music? What if animation did not illustrate a story, but instead visualized sound, translated the emotional and structural architecture of great orchestral compositions into moving images that were not representations of anything in the real world, but pure visual analogies for what the music was doing? What if cinema and classical music, two art forms that had developed separately and largely in ignorance of each other, were brought into a conversation so intimate that you could no longer tell where one ended and the other began? This was Fantasia. It was 8 sequences, each pairing a different piece of music with a different visual approach, ranging from the precise narrative of The Sorcerer's Apprentice to the abstract geometry of the Bach Toccata and Fugue in D minor, to the serene, astonishing beauty of the Pastoral Symphony sequence, to the genuinely terrifying climax of Night on Bald Mountain, where Chernobog, a demon of such enormous and menacing grandeur that he remains one of the most powerful images in the history of animation, spreads his wings over a mountain and summons the dead. The film ended with Ave Maria, a procession of light through a forest cathedral, the terror of Chernobog answered by the calm certainty of beauty. Walt brought in music critic and radio personality Deems Taylor to serve as an on-screen host and guide, a figure who would appear between segments and speak to the audience about what they were about to hear and see. The decision was characteristic of Walt's instinct for accessibility. He was making something genuinely experimental, genuinely difficult in places, and he wanted to bring his audience with him rather than leave them behind. Taylor's introductions were warm and informative without being condescending, and they gave the film a sense of occasion that matched its ambition. The technical innovations required to make Fantasia work were substantial. The sound system developed for the film, called Fantasound, was an early form of stereophonic audio, requiring specially equipped theaters and creating an experience of music in space that audiences had never encountered before. The sound moved. It came from different parts of the theater. It surrounded the listener. It made the music physical in a way that standard monaural presentation never had. Only a small number of theaters in the country were equipped with Fantasound at the time of the film's release, but in those theaters, the experience was genuinely unlike anything anyone had heard in a cinema. The animation itself represented the studio at its absolute technical peak. The abstraction of the opening box sequence, geometric shapes moving through darkness, responding to the music with a precision that felt both mathematical and emotional, was something that Disney animators had never attempted before, and that required new ways of thinking about what animation was for. The Rite of Spring sequence, which visualized the origin of life on Earth from single-celled organisms through the age of dinosaurs, required paleontological research, consultation with scientists, and an approach to movement that was simultaneously scientifically grounded and cinematically spectacular. The Dance of the Hours sequence, in which hippopotamuses and alligators and elephants perform a ballet with a comic solemnity that somehow manages to be both funny and genuinely beautiful, demonstrated that Walt's comic instincts and his aesthetic ambitions were not in opposition, but were in fact different expressions of the same sensibility. Fantasia opened in November of 1940 in a limited roadshow release, shown in select theaters at premium ticket prices, like a stage production rather than a standard film. The critical response was divided in a way that Snow White's and Pinocchio's had not been. Some critics recognized the film as a masterpiece, a breakthrough, a new form of art. Others found it pretentious, or disagreed with the specific visualizations, or felt that pairing animation with classical music was an inherently vulgar proposition. Leopold Stokowski and the Philadelphia Orchestra were there, in some theaters, conducting live performances that accompanied the on-screen visuals, and these events had the quality of something genuinely new in the world, something for which the existing vocabulary of criticism was not quite sufficient. The film did not perform well commercially, at least not initially. The roadshow format limited its reach. The war had made European distribution impossible, and some audiences, who had come expecting something more like Snow White or Pinocchio, found themselves confronted with something they did not know how to receive. Fantasia was re-released multiple times over the following decades, and with each re-release it found new audiences who recognized in it something extraordinary. By the time of its 1969 re-release, it had become a genuine countercultural phenomenon, its abstract sequences and cosmic scope speaking to an audience for whom the connection between music and visual art was a matter of lived experience. But in 1940, it was a commercial disappointment, and the studio could not absorb another one. The third film of this extraordinary period was Dumbo, and it arrived in October of 1941 as something quite different from what had come before, smaller in scale, more emotionally direct, made deliberately economically because the studio needed a film that would earn rather than aspire. Walt gave the production to his animators with relatively less of his personal attention than he had given the others, and the result was a film that bore the unmistakable fingerprints of a group of people who loved what they were making and who were freed slightly from the constant pressure of Walt's perfectionism. But before Dumbo, there was Bambi, which was in production throughout this entire period, and which would not be released until 1942. The making of Bambi ran parallel to everything else, to the triumphs and the disappointments, to the financial pressure and the creative ambition. And it is worth pausing here to consider what it meant that Walt was attempting all of this simultaneously. Because this is the thing about Walt Disney in the years between 1937 and 1941 that most defies easy comprehension. He was not a man who worked on one thing. He was a man who worked on everything, simultaneously, at maximum intensity, with an appetite for problems and solutions and creative challenges that seemed to regenerate rather than deplete itself. While his animators were refining the underwater sequences in Pinocchio, he was meeting with Stokowski about Fantasia. While the Fantasia sequences were being painted, he was reviewing story reels for Bambi. While the studio's finances were straining under the weight of 3 expensive productions, he was also building a new studio campus in Burbank, a physical space designed from the ground up to be a place where animation could be made at the highest possible level, with proper ink and paint departments and screening rooms and comfortable working conditions that he believed correctly would help his artists do their best work. The new studio, which opened in 1940, was a genuine achievement, a campus of buildings designed around the specific needs of animation, with north-facing windows in the animation buildings to provide consistent, glare-free light, and a layout that allowed different departments to communicate efficiently. It was evidence that Walt was thinking not just about individual films, but about the institution that would make them, about building something that would last, that would function well, that would be worthy of the people who worked in it. Those people, the animators and story artists and background painters and composers and voice actors and technicians who made this extraordinary run of films possible, were among the most talented artists of their generation. Many of them had come to the Disney studio because it was the only place where animation was taken seriously as an art form, where the resources and the ambition matched the scale of what was imaginable. Ord Kimball, Mark Davis, Milt Kahl, Frank Thomas, Ollie Johnston. These were men of extraordinary gifts who had found in Walt Disney a leader who could focus their abilities toward ends that none of them could have achieved alone. The relationship between Walt and his artists was not uncomplicated. He paid them less than he might have. He took the credit for collective work in ways that sometimes chafed. He was, ultimately, the man whose name was on the building, whose vision organized the chaos into coherence. But he also created the conditions in which they could do the best work of their lives. And the films of this period are the proof of that. The financial strain of the late 1930s and early 1940s would eventually produce a crisis that went beyond accounting, a labor dispute that would leave permanent marks on the studio and on Walt's relationship with his workforce. But that story belongs to a later chapter. What belongs here, in the story of 1937 to 1940, is the sheer audacity of what was attempted and the magnitude of what was achieved. Snow White proved that animation could tell a story capable of genuine emotional power. Pinocchio proved that the technical and artistic vocabulary of animation had depths that Snow White had only begun to explore. Fantasia proposed something even more radical, that animation was not merely a new way of telling old kinds of stories, but a genuinely new art form, capable of doing things that no other medium could do, of going places that narrative itself could not go. These were not small ambitions. They were not the ambitions of a man who was content to build a profitable entertainment business. They were the ambitions of someone who believed, with a completeness that sometimes made the people around him dizzy, that what he was doing mattered, that animation was not a lesser form of cinema, but a different form, with its own possibilities and its own obligations, and that those possibilities and obligations deserved the full measure of his energy and intelligence and creative will. Walt Disney, at the end of 1940, was 40 years old. He had survived the derision of an industry that had called his greatest achievement a folly. He had made 3 films that between them had permanently altered the history of cinema. He had built a studio that was, by almost any measure, the most technically sophisticated animation facility in the world. And he was standing at the edge of a decade that would test him in ways that even he, with his extraordinary capacity for sustained effort, had not fully anticipated. The canvas was infinite. He had barely begun. Chapter 7. Wartime Propaganda and Strikes, 1941 to 1946. The summer of 1941 arrives in Burbank like a fever dream, golden and relentless, shimmering off the concrete lots of the Walt Disney Studio on Buena Vista Street. From the outside, the studio looks like something conjured from a fairy tale itself: clean stucco buildings, manicured hedges, a campus-like serenity that feels deliberately removed from the anxieties of the wider world. But inside, behind the cheerful facades and the corridors plastered with sketches of deer and elephants and flying elephants, something is breaking. Walt Disney stands at the window of his second-floor office and looks out over the lot. He is 40 years old, though in these weeks he looks older. The lines around his eyes have deepened. He holds a cigarette with the casual ease of a man who has been smoking since before he could afford to, and the smoke curls upward in the still morning air. Below him, animators are arriving for the day, filing through the gates, some of them nodding to one another, some of them walking in silence. He watches them the way a general watches troops before a campaign, trying to read in their posture what their faces will not show him. He has built this studio from almost nothing. That is not a boast. It is simply the geography of his life. 20 years ago, he was a boy in Kansas City with a borrowed camera and a rented garage and dreams too large for any container he could find. He drew rabbits. He drew mice. He drew a little mouse in white gloves and red shorts and gave him a voice, his own voice in fact. And through that mouse he had transformed the American entertainment industry. He had given the world its first synchronized sound cartoon, its first full Technicolor animated short, its first feature-length animated film. He had built a cathedral out of pencil lines and paint and the collective imagination of hundreds of artists who believed, as he believed, that animation was not a novelty but an art form. And then Fantasia had come, and it had nearly broken everything. The film was a masterwork. Walt knew that with the serene confidence of a man who has seen his own vision made real. Leopold Stokowski and the Philadelphia Orchestra, Bach and Beethoven and Stravinsky, translated into light and color and movement. Hippos in tutus and dancing mushrooms, and a broom army fetching water, and a demon rising black and terrible from a volcanic mountain. It was unlike anything anyone had ever put on a screen. Critics had said so. Some of them said it reverently. Others said it with a kind of nervous puzzlement, as though the film had confused them in ways they could not quite name. The public, however, had stayed home. Fantasia had opened in November of 1940, and it had not performed as Walt had hoped. The war in Europe had closed off the foreign markets that Disney films depended upon. Theater owners had balked at the technical demands of Fantasound, the elaborate stereophonic audio system Walt had insisted upon. The film had been expensive, devastatingly expensive, and it had not recouped its costs. By the spring of 1941, the studio was carrying a debt of over $4 million. Walt had gone to Bank of America. He had sold stock to the public. He had watched the careful architecture of his financial independence begin to tremble. And now the union organizers have arrived. The Screen Cartoonists Guild has been organizing for months, quietly at first, and then with growing confidence, moving through the studio like a tide coming in. Walt is not a man who responds well to tides he cannot control. He has never thought of himself as a tyrannical employer, quite the opposite. He has built the studio with the belief that it is a family, that its artists are partners in a shared creative enterprise, that the work itself is the reward. He has given bonuses. He has paid for art classes. He has built a cafeteria and a recreation room and a medical clinic. He has told anyone who would listen that he wants his artists to grow, to improve, to reach upward into the full extent of their talent. But the salary structures at the studio are complicated, and in the eyes of many employees, deeply unfair. The gap between what the top animators earn and what the in-betweeners and ink and paint girls earn is vast. Credit is inconsistently given. Loyalty is rewarded, but not always transparently. And Walt himself has a way of personalizing every business decision, of hearing any complaint about working conditions as a complaint about him, as a betrayal even, of everything he has sacrificed to build this place. Art Babbitt is one of the animators leading the organizing effort. He is, by any measure, one of the most talented people in the building. He animated Goofy. He animated the Queen in Snow White. He is a man of strong convictions and a sharper tongue, and he and Walt have had increasingly heated exchanges as the union effort has gained momentum. Walt cannot separate his anger at the movement from his anger at the man, and the man has become, in his mind, something close to an enemy, an ingrate, a traitor, a wrecker. In May, the negotiations break down entirely. On May 29, 1941, the strike begins. The picket lines form outside the studio gates on Buena Vista Street, and they are not small, tentative affairs. They are large and vocal and organized, with signs and chants, and a festive, defiant energy that Walt finds, there is no other word for it, humiliating. These are his people out there. Men and women he hired, some of whom he has known for a decade. They are marching in circles with signs that say things like, "Are we mice or men?" And they are laughing and singing and being photographed by newspaper reporters who are delighted to find this kind of vivid drama at the gates of the world's most beloved animation studio. Walt crosses the picket lines each morning in his car, staring straight ahead, his jaw set. Inside the studio, a skeleton crew continues to work. The atmosphere is strange and pressurized. Those who did not walk out feel the weight of the division. Those who did walk out feel the exhilaration and the fear of having committed themselves publicly to a confrontation with a man who has a very long memory. Walt does not handle this with grace. He cannot. His relationship to his own story, to the myth of himself as the self-made dreamer, the man who built an empire with nothing but talent and will, makes it impossible for him to view the strike as anything other than an assault on that story. He writes internal memos that crackle with wounded fury. He gives interviews that are, even by the standards of the era, remarkably personal in their attacks on the organizers. He accuses the Guild of being communist-influenced, a charge that, in 1941, carries enormous social weight, and one that will echo far into the future in ways Walt cannot yet predict. He will later say in private that the strike marked something, that it changed him, that something in his relationship to his own studio, to the people who worked there, to the very idea of collective creative work, shifted in those weeks and never fully shifted back. The strike is settled in late September, after federal mediators intervene. The Guild wins recognition. Pay scales are standardized. Many of the strikers return. Art Babbitt returns. Walt accepts the settlement with the composure of a man accepting a verdict he plans never to make peace with. And then, on December 7, 1941, the world changes. The radio reports come in on a Sunday morning, and within hours the word has spread to every corner of America: Pearl Harbor. The Japanese Navy has attacked the United States Pacific Fleet in Hawaii. The losses are staggering. The next day, Congress declares war. America enters the Second World War. For many American businesses and institutions, the war represents an economic emergency or a logistical challenge. For the Walt Disney Studio, it represents something more immediate and more disorienting. Within days of the attack on Pearl Harbor, the United States Army moves in. Not metaphorically, literally. 700 soldiers of the Army Service Forces are billeted on the Disney Studio lot in Burbank, using the sound stages and workshops to service vehicles and store equipment. Walt has no choice in this. The studio, with its ample space, and its location near Lockheed aircraft and other defense facilities, has been designated a military support site. For the better part of a year, soldiers live and work among the artists, the animators, the storymen and layout artists, sharing cafeteria lines and parking lots with the people who draw Dumbo and Bambi. It is surreal. It is also, in certain ways, clarifying. Because alongside the soldiers come the contracts. The United States government, and specifically its various military and civilian agencies, quickly recognize what Walt Disney and his studio can do for the war effort. Animation can explain. It can simplify. It can take the terrifying complexity of modern warfare, the mechanics of a bomber's bomb sight, the biology of a mosquito-borne disease, the tactics of naval combat, and render it comprehensible to a conscript who dropped out of school at 16 and has never left his hometown. Disney animation can make a soldier understand why he must take his malaria tablets. It can make a factory worker understand the importance of not wasting materials. It can make a civilian understand, in broad terms, why this war is being fought and what kind of enemy America is facing. Within weeks, the training film contracts begin arriving. And then the propaganda films. And then the commissions from the Treasury Department and the Office of War Information, and the Navy and the Army Air Forces, and the National Film Board of Canada, and through them, from the British government. Walt does not resist this work. He embraces it, with the intensity he brings to everything. He believes in the war. He believes in America, with a simplicity and a passion that is entirely genuine, rooted in a particular vision of the country, hard-working, individualistic, morally uncomplicated, that his own biography both reflects and reinforces. He is a son of the Midwest, raised on a farm in Marceline, Missouri, shaped by a childhood of physical work and economic uncertainty and the conviction, absorbed from the air itself in that era and that place, that America is an exceptional nation with an exceptional destiny. So he throws his studio into the war effort with everything he has. Between 1942 and 1945, the Walt Disney Studio produces over 400,000 feet of film for the United States government. This is a staggering quantity. At the peak of wartime production, roughly 90% of the studio's output consists of government-commissioned material. The feature films, Bambi, Saludos Amigos, The Three Caballeros, Make Mine Music, are produced around the edges of this enormous governmental workload, often with limited budgets and reduced crews, the artistic ambitions of the studio's golden age necessarily curtailed by the demands of the moment. The training films are, in their own way, remarkable documents. There is a series explaining aeronautical concepts to pilots and ground crews, using animation to make visible the invisible forces of lift and drag and thrust. There are films explaining the proper maintenance of military equipment, the importance of hygiene in tropical theaters of war, the recognition of enemy aircraft and naval vessels. There are films produced for Allied governments, Canada, Britain, South American nations that America is anxious to keep on side, explaining democratic values and warning against Axis propaganda. And then there are the propaganda films, proper. Der Führer's Face is released in 1943 and wins the Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film. It stars Donald Duck, dreaming that he is a worker in Nazi Germany, forced into numbing factory labor, subjected to the relentless mechanical rhythms of a totalitarian state, before waking with relief in his American bedroom. The film is broad and unsubtle in the manner of all effective propaganda, and it is funny in the anarchic slapstick register that Donald Duck inhabits so naturally. It is also surprisingly pointed in its critique, not just of the Nazi leadership, but of the totalitarian system itself, of what it does to the individual human being pressed inside its machinery. Education for Death is something else entirely. Released in January 1943, It is one of the most haunting films the studio ever produces. Based on a book by an American journalist who lived in Germany in the 1930s, it traces the life of a German boy named Hans from birth through his indoctrination into the Hitler Youth. The animation is spare and often unsettling, drawing on the darker traditions of European illustration. There are sequences of genuine power, a fairy tale retold as Nazi allegory, in which a knight in Hitler costume rescues a sleeping Brunhilde in Wagnerian robes while a Christian knight is driven away. A classroom in which children are taught that mercy is a weakness. A montage at the end, in which individual faces dissolve into the ranks of a marching army, the individual subsumed entirely by the collective, a sequence that carries a chill that the film's cartoon medium does nothing to diminish. Reason and Emotion is more didactic, explaining the psychological mechanisms by which propaganda works on the human mind, a subject of considerable relevance in a country still finding its emotional footing in a world war, still trying to distinguish legitimate patriotism from the kind of tribal frenzy it sees on the newsreels from Germany and Japan. The film uses the Disney visual vocabulary, simplified characters, expressive faces, clean lines, to illustrate abstract psychological concepts in ways that are accessible and often genuinely illuminating. Walt supervises all of this work with the same intensity he brings to his theatrical features, though the sheer volume of production makes direct personal oversight impossible in ways it never was during the studio's smaller, earlier days. He walks the floors. He attends screenings. He gives notes. He maintains, even in wartime, the standard that the work should be clear and well-crafted, that the government contracts are not an excuse for sloppiness. But there is also the matter of South America. In the summer of 1941, just before the strike reaches its breaking point, Walt had accepted an invitation from the United States government to take an extended goodwill tour of South America. The Office of Inter-American Affairs, headed by Nelson Rockefeller, was anxious to counteract Axis influence in the region, and it had identified Disney, beloved across the continent, his characters known in every country, as an ideal cultural ambassador. The government would fund the trip. Walt and a group of studio artists and writers would travel through Brazil, Argentina, Chile, and several other countries, absorbing local culture and generating material for new films. The trip is, by any measure, a success. Walt is received with genuine warmth and enthusiasm everywhere he goes. He is feted by heads of state, and feted by ordinary citizens who line the streets to glimpse the man who made Mickey Mouse. He visits carnivals and cathedrals and coffee plantations and the pampas. He watches gauchos and listens to sambas and eats food he cannot name and sketches constantly, filling notebooks with visual impressions that will find their way in transmuted form into animated sequences. The films that come from the trip, Saludos Amigos in 1942 and The Three Caballeros in 1944, are package films, loosely structured collections of shorter animated sequences connected by live-action footage. They are not, by the standards of Snow White or Pinocchio or Fantasia, masterworks of narrative animation. They are something more unusual. They are animated travelogues, films that take their cue from a specific physical place and try to render the flavor of that place in movement and music and color. Saludos Amigos introduces audiences to Brazil through the figure of José Carioca, a cheerful, cigar-smoking parrot who becomes Donald Duck's guide to Rio de Janeiro, teaching him the samba with an enthusiasm that Donald matches with his characteristic haplessness. There is a sequence set in the Andes, following a small mail plane over mountain terrain, that the animation renders with a surprising delicacy. The scale of the mountains, the vulnerability of the small machine against them, the play of light on snow and cloud. There is a sequence set on Lake Titicaca, in which a version of Donald Duck encounters Andean folk culture with the wide-eyed bewilderment of the American tourist. These are not deep films. They are charming ones, and charming in ways that feel specific rather than generic. The Three Caballeros is bolder and stranger. It adds the Mexican rooster Panchito Pistoles to the partnership of Donald and Jose, creating the titular trio, and it becomes, in its later sections, a film that almost defies description. Animated sequences blend with live-action footage in ways that anticipate techniques that will not become common for decades. Donald Duck falls deliriously in love with a series of beautiful Brazilian and Mexican women, live-action women, dancing in real streets and real nightclubs. And the film enters a kind of surrealist fugue state in which the boundaries between animation and reality, between Donald's desires and the world, between Latin American imagery and Hollywood fantasy, all dissolve together into something that is dazzling and bizarre, and in the context of 1944 Hollywood, absolutely unprecedented. Both films fulfill their geopolitical purpose. South American audiences receive them warmly. Latin American governments appreciate the gesture of cultural recognition. Nelson Rockefeller's office is satisfied. But they are also something more than geopolitical instruments. They are evidence, even in the constrained circumstances of wartime, of the studio's restless visual imagination, of a willingness to experiment with form that the conventional narrative demands of the theatrical feature do not always accommodate. The war years are also the years of Bambi. The film had been in development since 1937, longer than any other project in the studio's history. The source material, Felix Salten's 1923 Austrian novel, had been purchased by Sidney Franklin, the MGM producer, who had recognized something in it that resisted live-action filming and had brought it to Disney. Walt had seen in it what Franklin saw, a story that could only be animated, that required the specific alchemy of drawn images to render the inner life of animals in a forest without sentimentality or condescension. The development had been exacting and prolonged. The studio had brought in deer, real deer, living in a pen on the lot for the animators to study. Animal movement, the weight and physics of living creatures, was always one of the most demanding challenges in Disney animation, and the animators had spent years learning to draw a deer that moved like deer, that carried their weight in the right places, that bounded and stumbled and stood with the particular presence of actual animals. They had studied the work of Rico Lebrun, a Los Angeles artist who had an extraordinary ability to capture the structure and movement of animal forms. The backgrounds of Bambi are among the most beautiful ever produced in the history of animation. The forest is not a cartoon forest. It is a place of extraordinary depth and atmospheric detail, shafts of light through canopies of leaves, reflections in still water, the pale and otherworldly quality of a meadow at dawn, snow settling over bare branches with a stillness that feels genuinely cold. Tyrus Wong, a Chinese-American artist in the background department, is largely responsible for this quality, though his contribution will go uncredited and unrecognized for decades. He pushed the backgrounds toward a style influenced by classical Chinese landscape painting, impressionistic, suggestive, concerned with atmosphere and mood rather than literal representation. The result is a forest that feels simultaneously specific and mythic, a real place and a dream of a place. Bambi opens in August of 1942, 7 months after Pearl Harbor. The reviews are respectful and often admiring. The public receives it more warmly than Fantasia, but not warmly enough to repair the studio's finances, which remain strained. The war has closed the foreign markets. American theaters are doing reasonable business, but reasonable business is not what the studio needs. It needs a Triumph, a Pinocchio, a Snow White, and Bambi, beautiful as it is, moving as it is, does not quite provide that. Walt files the disappointment away. He does not dwell. He never dwells. The next project is always the answer to the previous one's failure, and there is always a next project. By 1944 and 1945, the studio is beginning to see daylight. The government contracts, however creatively constraining, have kept the business solvent. The South American films have found their audiences. Walt has begun thinking ahead, past the war, to what the studio will make when the world settles again into peacetime. What kind of audience will emerge from those years? What kind of stories they will want to be told? He is also thinking, with increasing urgency and excitement, about a new idea. Not a film. Something different entirely. Something he has not yet found the vocabulary to fully describe. An idea that lives at the intersection of entertainment and architecture, of storytelling and physical space. He cannot quite name it yet. He calls it, in conversation, a park. An amusement park. But the word feels inadequate, a container too small for what he imagines. He wants to build something where you do not merely watch a story. You walk inside it. But that is the future. The present is still the war. In 1945, the tide has turned. Germany surrenders in May. Japan surrenders in August. The soldiers who have been billeted on the studio lot pack up their equipment and move on. And the stages and workshops return to the artists who had shared them for 4 years. There is a strange double feeling in the country and in the studio. Relief, obviously enormous and oceanic, the release of years of held breath. But also uncertainty. The wartime economy has structured everything, and its sudden disappearance leaves a gap that no one quite knows how to fill. Walt stands again at his office window, watching the lot below. It looks different than it did in the spring of 1941. It looks, if he is honest, a little tired. The buildings are the same, but something in the atmosphere has changed. Some of the artists who went to war have not come back, or have come back different. The studio's relationship to its own creative ambitions, those soaring, expensive, gloriously impractical ambitions that produced Fantasia and Pinocchio and Bambi, has been tempered by years of utilitarian production. It will take time to find that register again. He is not sure it can be entirely recovered. And the labor question has not gone away. The strike of 1941 has been legally settled, but it has left emotional residue that will not dissolve. Walt's relationship to his own employees has changed in ways that are difficult to name precisely. He is more guarded, more suspicious of collective impulses. The studio will never quite feel to him, after 1941, the way it felt before. The family feeling, real or imagined, has been complicated by the knowledge of its limits. He has also been changed by his wartime experience in ways he will spend years understanding. The propaganda work, the government commissions, the close relationship with military and government clients, these have given him a new sense of what animation can do beyond entertainment, of what images can achieve when directed toward explicit social purposes. He has seen his medium mobilized for the largest collective effort in human history, and he has learned something from that mobilization, something about scale and purpose and the relationship between storytelling and belief. He has also become, in these years, more overtly political. The accusations of communist influence he leveled at the strike leaders in 1941 have hardened into a more settled political identity. He has joined the Motion Picture Alliance for the Preservation of American Ideals, an organization of conservative Hollywood figures who see the film industry as a battleground in an ideological war against communism and what they call un-American influences. Walt is not, by any standard measure, an intellectual, and his political thinking is not sophisticated. It is instinctive, emotional, rooted in the same values and assumptions that root everything else about him: an agrarian American mythology, a belief in individual enterprise, a deep suspicion of collective organization that the studio strike has only deepened. These instincts will lead him, in 1947, to testify before the House Un-American Activities Committee, naming names, identifying people in the industry he believes to have been communist influences. That moment is still 2 years away, but its seeds are already growing in the soil of the wartime years, nourished by the strike, by the government work, by the political education that the war has provided. In 1946, the studio releases Make Mine Music, another package film in the mode of Saludos Amigos, a collection of musical shorts featuring the Benny Goodman Orchestra and the Andrews Sisters and Nelson Eddy, set to a range of American popular songs. It is not Fantasia. It makes no pretense of being Fantasia. It is lighter, more modest in its ambitions, designed for an audience that wants to be entertained rather than elevated. It performs reasonably well. It keeps the lights on. Walt watches the numbers come in and thinks about Cinderella. He has been thinking about Cinderella for years. It feels like the right story for the moment. A story about endurance and transformation, about a person pressed down by circumstance who finds, through some combination of innate virtue and unexpected grace, that the world can be made new. After the war, after the strike, after the lean years of government commissions and package films and financial anxiety, Cinderella feels like the story he wants to tell. A story about beginning again. He pulls out the notes he has been accumulating, the story sketches and character studies and musical fragments, and he begins to work. Because Walt Disney always begins to work. That is finally the only real constant in his story. Not the success, not the failure, not the politics or the paranoia or the wounded pride or the visionary ambition. It is simply this, the work. The next thing. The story waiting to be told. The sun sets over the Burbank lot, and the lights come on in the animation building, and somewhere inside pencils are moving across paper, and something that does not yet exist is beginning in the halting and provisional and irreversible way that all created things begin to exist. The canvas, as always, is infinite. Chapter 8. Live Action and Moving True Life, 1947 to 1952. The war is over. The soldiers have come home, the factories have quieted, and America is exhaling, slowly, carefully, like a man who has held his breath for 4 long years. There is relief in the air, and with it a peculiar aching hunger. Not for drama, not for tragedy. People have had enough of both. What they want now, in the soft light of the late 1940s, is something simpler. Something honest. Something that reminds them that the world, for all its cruelty, is still a place of wonder. Walt Disney understands this hunger. He has always understood hunger, the hunger of an audience, the hunger of an artist, the hunger of a man who built an empire from a single animated mouse and never quite learned how to stop reaching for more. But the years of the war have left their mark on him too. The studio on Buena Vista Street in Burbank is still his, still standing, still alive with the scratch of pencils and the mechanical chatter of cameras, but it is wounded. The strike of 1941 carved something out of him that never quite grew back. A trust, perhaps, or an innocence about the nature of loyalty. The government contracts that sustained him through the war years paid the bills but fed nothing deeper. Package films and propaganda reels are not the work of a dreamer. And Walt Disney is, above all things, a dreamer. So as 1947 opens and the studio finds its footing again, Walt does what he has always done when the ground shifts beneath him. He looks for a new direction. He does not look backward. He is constitutionally incapable of it, but forward, always forward, into territory that no one has yet claimed, towards some horizon that only he can see with any clarity. What he finds there surprises even him. The first surprise is how much he loves the real world. For 2 decades, Walt Disney has been the sovereign of the imaginary. He has drawn castles in the air and populated them with dwarves and deer and sorcerers' apprentices. He has made audiences weep for a wooden puppet and laugh at a pair of animated feet. But somewhere in the financial chaos of the war years, somewhere in the scramble to keep the lights on and the animators employed, he has discovered something unexpected, that the real world, captured honestly on film, can be just as astonishing as anything his artists have ever conjured from their imaginations. More astonishing, sometimes. Because the real world doesn't need to be invented. It simply needs to be seen. This revelation does not arrive all at once. It comes in pieces, the way most important things do. It comes through a pair of South American documentaries, Saludos Amigos and The Three Caballeros, that blended live action with animation in ways that were clumsy and experimental but pointed towards something real. It comes through the package films like Make Mine Music and Fun and Fancy Free, where budgetary constraints forced the studio to think differently about what a Disney film could be. And it comes, most directly, through a man named Alfred and Elma Milot, a husband and wife team of nature photographers who, in 1948, will help Walt Disney change the way the world watches wildlife. But before that moment arrives, there is another surprise waiting. And this one comes from England. In 1948, Walt Disney makes a decision that raises eyebrows throughout Hollywood. He decides to produce a live-action feature film, a real one. Not a hybrid of animation and reality, but a straightforward dramatic narrative shot on location with human actors. The film is called Treasure Island, and he will shoot it in England, using frozen British pounds that the studio has accumulated through wartime distribution deals but cannot legally remove from the country. It is, in many ways, a practical solution to a financial problem. But practical solutions in Walt Disney's hands have a way of becoming something more. He sends his team to England. He studies the project with his customary obsessiveness. He reads Robert Louis Stevenson's novel, not as a text to be adapted, but as a world to be entered, a place with its own weather and smell and moral gravity. And what he finds there, the salt wind off the harbor, the creak of wooden ships, the magnificent moral ambiguity of Long John Silver, ignites something in him that surprises everyone, including Walt himself. Because live action, it turns out, is not a lesser form of filmmaking. It is a different form, with its own demands and its own rewards. The camera does not lie the way a pencil can lie. A pencil can flatten a character's nose or soften his eyes or give him a silhouette of pure grace. A camera records what is actually there, the roughness of a man's hands, the uncertainty in a boy's eyes, the way real wind moves through real hair. And sometimes, often in fact, what is actually there is more powerful than anything a pencil can invent. Treasure Island goes into production with a cast of British actors, most of them unfamiliar to American audiences, anchored by a single magnificent exception. Bobby Driscoll, the young American actor who has already proved himself in Disney's animated features as a voice performer, plays Jim Hawkins, and he is extraordinary. He is 12 years old, and utterly convincing, a boy standing at the edge of adventure with just enough fear in his eyes to make the bravery real. Opposite him, as Long John Silver, is Robert Newton, a Cornishman of great theatrical power who will, with this performance, essentially invent the cultural archetype of the movie pirate, the rolling R, and the swaggering menace that every subsequent pirate impression will borrow from. The film is shot on location in Cornwall and at Denham Studios, and the production has the peculiar joy of a company working at the edge of its comfort zone. Disney's American team, accustomed to the controlled environment of animation, must now contend with English weather, English lunch breaks, and English opinions about how things ought to be done. There are creative tensions. There are long days. There are moments of genuine artistic discovery. When Treasure Island is released in the summer of 1950, the critics are respectful and the audiences are enthusiastic. It is not a masterpiece, but it is something almost as valuable. It is proof. Proof that the Disney name can travel beyond the borders of animation, that the studio's gifts for storytelling and spectacle are not medium-specific. Proof that Walt Disney can adapt. He files this knowledge away, carefully, and turns his attention back toward the natural world. The Milots had gone to Alaska in 1948 at Walt's instruction, with cameras and an open brief. He had told them, more or less, to film everything they found interesting. They were not documentary filmmakers in any formal sense. They were naturalists with cameras, people who understood patience and silence, and the particular intelligence required to be present in the natural world without disturbing it. They sent back thousands of feet of footage. Seals on beaches, eagles in flight, salmon running upstream, through waterfalls that seemed designed by God specifically for the purpose of being photographed. Walt and his team watched all of it. They watched it the way he watched everything. Not casually, not as background material, but with focused, hungry attention, looking for the story buried inside the footage. Because Walt Disney believes, with the totality of a man who has spent his entire career telling stories, that everything has a story. Every piece of footage, every frame, every moment of natural behavior captured on film is a story waiting to be shaped, waiting for someone to find its beginning and its middle and its end. What he finds, sorting through the Milots' Alaskan footage, is the story of the fur seals. Their annual migration. Their arrival on the Pribilof Islands. The battles between bulls for territory and mating rights. The birth of pups. The slow, patient growth of families on a rocky beach at the edge of the known world. It is, he realizes, a complete story. Not a collection of interesting nature moments, but a genuine narrative with characters and conflict and stakes. He calls the project Seal Island. The making of Seal Island is a revelation in itself, a masterclass in the art of finding story in raw material. The footage the Milots have captured is beautiful but shapeless. Walt and his editor, Norman Palmer, spend weeks with it, organizing it into a narrative arc that feels both true and cinematic. They are not manufacturing events that didn't happen. The seals really did fight, the pups really were born, the eagles really did hunt from above. But they are choosing which moments to show, and in what order, constructing a grammar of images that turns documentary footage into something with the emotional logic of fiction. The narration is written with care. Not the dry, pedagogical voice of a nature lecture, but something warmer, something that respects both the animals and the audience, that invites the viewer into the world of the seals rather than explaining it from a clinical distance. The music is written to support emotion without overwhelming it. Every choice is made with the consciousness that this is, above all, a story, and that the audience must feel it as a story, must care what happens next. RKO, the distributor, famously doesn't know what to make of it. When Walt shows them Seal Island, they decline to distribute it. It's too short for a feature, they say, and too long for a normal short. It doesn't fit any existing commercial category. It is, in the precise language of Hollywood business, unbookable. Walt Disney is not interested in what is bookable. He finds a theater in Pasadena, California, and he books it himself. He screens Seal Island for a week in December 1948, which is enough to make it eligible for Academy Award consideration. It is nominated for Best Short Subject, Documentary. And then, in March of 1949, it wins. The Oscar changes everything. RKO, whose commercial instincts are sharper than their artistic ones, immediately reconsiders. The film is released widely. Audiences respond exactly as Walt had hoped, with delight, with wonder, with the particular pleasure of seeing something real made cinematic, nature made narrative. Seal Island earns back its modest cost many times over. But more than the money, more than the award, what Seal Island gives Walt Disney is a confirmation. He has been right. The natural world is cinema. The work of finding its stories is real work, creative work, artistic work, and he is capable of it. His studio is capable of it. He launches a series. He calls it True Life Adventures, and it will consume the next decade of his creative attention with an intensity that rivals anything he has brought to animation. The series will eventually produce 13 films, ranging from short subjects to full-length features, and it will win Disney more Academy Awards than any other series of documentary films in cinema history. It will also, along the way, invent the modern nature documentary as a form, establishing conventions of storytelling, narration, and emotional engagement that will persist through the decades, through television, through the era of David Attenborough and BBC Earth and every wildlife film ever made. None of that is visible yet in 1949. What is visible is the next project. James Alger, one of Disney's most trusted directors, is assigned to lead the True Life Adventure series as it moves forward. He is a meticulous man, patient and precise, with a genuine love for the natural world, and a filmmaker's understanding of how to translate that love into cinema. He will be the primary architect of the series alongside Walt, and the partnership between them is one of the quieter, less celebrated creative relationships in Disney history, less dramatic than Walt's collaborations with Ward Kimball or Frank Thomas or Ollie Johnston, but no less important. For the next True Life adventure, they turn to the American Southwest, to the desert, that vast and apparently hostile landscape that most Americans know only as the empty space between other places. They commission footage from a team of nature photographers, and what comes back astonishes them. The desert, it turns out, is not empty at all. This is the central revelation of The Living Desert, though that film is still several years away. But the understanding of it begins now, in the early 1950s, as the True Life team starts to comprehend what the desert contains. Roadrunners, scorpions, Gila monsters, the extraordinary alien ballet of a tarantula hawk wasp defeating a spider many times its size. The way that desert life has evolved to find beauty in scarcity, to discover abundance in the spaces between rains. There is a world operating in that landscape, complex, ancient, indifferent to human presence, and it is available to anyone patient enough and quiet enough and small enough to observe it. The cameras observe it with extraordinary patience. The filmmakers, Ben and Elma Millot again, and other photographers commissioned for the project, spend months in the field waiting for moments that may or may not come, trusting that if they are present long enough, the world will reveal itself. This is a form of faith. Not religious faith exactly, but something adjacent to it, a belief that meaning exists in the world and that it is findable by those who look with sufficient care. Walt receives this footage and responds to it the way he responds to all the best material he encounters, with a kind of electric recognition, a sense that here, finally, is something true. He becomes almost evangelical about the True Life adventures in these years. He screens footage for friends, for journalists, for anyone who will sit still long enough to watch. He talks about the natural world with the enthusiasm of a man who has just discovered a continent, which, in a sense, he has. But the True Life adventures are not the only iron in the fire. Walt Disney is constitutionally incapable of working on only one thing at a time, and the years between 1947 and 1952 are among the most various of his creative life. In 1948, the same year the Millots are in Alaska, the studio releases Melody Time, another package film, another collection of animated short subjects gathered under a single title for reasons as much commercial as artistic. It is not among the studio's finest hours, and Walt knows it. The package film format is a stopgap, a way of assembling feature-length product from material that would otherwise be released as separate shorts, and it shows. The connective tissue is thin. The emotional experience of watching it is episodic in a way that leaves the audience slightly unsatisfied, the way a meal of only appetizers leaves one technically fed but somehow unfulfilled. But Melody Time contains one sequence that rises above its surroundings with the pure, effortless grace of great art. It is the Pecos Bill sequence, narrated by Roy Rogers and the Sons of the Pioneers, telling the tall tale of the cowboy who was raised by coyotes and roped a tornado and shot the stars from the sky with his six-gun. It is everything the rest of the package film is not: confident, exuberant, fully committed to its own mythology. The animation is loose and energetic, the design work full of the wide sky grandeur of the American West, and the sequence ends with a kind of bittersweet pathos, Pecos Bill, heartbroken over the loss of his beloved Slewfoot Sue, falls into despair and shoots holes in the moon, creating the craters we see today. It is, in miniature, a perfect demonstration of what Disney animation can do with folk material. How it can take a story that has been told 1,000 times around campfires and find, inside it, something genuinely moving. In 1949, the studio produces The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad, another pair of stories packaged together, but this time with a precision and tonal confidence that the earlier package films rarely achieved. The Mr. Toad section, based on Kenneth Graham's The Wind in the Willows, is a broad comic confection that plays happily to the studio's strengths: eccentric characters, expressive physical comedy, a world of English countryside rendered with affectionate detail. It is very good. But it is the second half of the film that is genuinely great. The legend of Sleepy Hollow, told through the perspective of the gangly, credulous, gloriously cowardly Ichabod Crane, is one of the finest pieces of animation the studio produces in this entire era. Bing Crosby narrates it with a sardonic warmth that perfectly calibrates the story's mixture of comedy and menace. And the climactic sequence, Ichabod's midnight ride across the bridge with the headless horseman pursuing him through the dark, is a masterwork of suspense animation, a sequence that understands how fear is built through darkness and sound and the dread that gathers in the space between images. What makes it remarkable, beyond its technical achievement, is its refusal to comfort. Washington Irving's original story is ambiguous about whether the headless horseman is real or simply Brom Bones in disguise, and the film preserves that ambiguity, ends on it in fact. The audience never learns what happened to Ichabod Crane. He simply disappears from the story, as people sometimes disappear from life and the world moves on without him. It is a strange and brave ending for a studio that had built its reputation on happy ones. This willingness to live with ambiguity, to resist the reassurance of resolution, is something new in Disney's work. It suggests an artistic maturity that the commercial pressures of the war years had little room for, a growing confidence that audiences can be trusted with complexity, with uncertainty, with the particular pleasure of a story that doesn't quite button itself closed. As 1950 arrives, the studio is at an inflection point. It has survived the war. It has survived the strike. It has discovered live action and nature documentary. It has produced, in the package films, work of wildly varying quality, some of it forgettable, some of it genuinely remarkable. But through all of it, Walt has been building towards something larger. Something that will remind the world, and himself, what the Disney studio is capable of when it is operating at its full power. That something arrives in February of 1950. Cinderella. The production of Cinderella overlaps with all of this other activity, beginning in earnest in the mid-1940s and reaching completion just in time for the new decade. It is the first fully animated Disney feature since Bambi in 1942. 8 years between major animated features, 8 years during which the studio's animators have worked on package films and wartime shorts and live-action productions, keeping their skills exercised but not fully challenged. Cinderella is the challenge. It is the proof that the studio's great animators, the 9 old men, Ward Kimball and Frank Thomas and Ollie Johnston and their colleagues, still have what they had before the war. That the dream is still alive. The film is a triumph. This is not a foregone conclusion. The story of Cinderella is one of the oldest in the Western imagination, and its familiarity is a double-edged thing. The audience comes to it knowing what will happen: the glass slipper, the pumpkin coach, the stroke of midnight. The challenge is not to surprise them, but to make them feel it anyway, to make a story they know by heart feel urgent and true and emotionally alive. Walt and his team accomplish this through character, through the extraordinary specificity of Cinderella herself, her patience and her grace, and the particular quality of her hope, which is not naive but chosen, a conscious decision to believe in goodness, despite all the evidence that Anastasia and Drizella and their mother provide to the contrary. Through the mice, Jack and Gus and the others, whose comic but genuine bravery gives the film a second layer of emotional investment, a B-story that is as compelling as the main narrative. Through the fairy godmother, whose combination of warmth and mild incompetence is one of the great comic characterizations in the Disney canon, a being of genuine magic who is also somehow magnificently human. The animation is, at moments, breathtaking. The fairy godmother sequence, Babidi Babidi Boo, is a piece of pure enchantment, a sequence where the technique is so completely in service of the magic that the audience stops being aware of technique at all and simply believes. The pumpkin becomes a coach. The mice become horses. The ragged dress becomes the gown. And the transformation is so beautiful and so right that it produces, in audiences who know perfectly well that it is happening, a gasp of genuine pleasure. The songs are magnificent. Mac David, Al Hoffman, and Jerry Livingston contribute a score of extraordinary richness, not just Babidi Babidi Boo, but A Dream is a Wish Your Heart Makes, which becomes an anthem, a statement of the Disney philosophy so perfect that it seems less composed than discovered, less written than simply true. It is the studio's worldview distilled into a melody, that longing itself is a form of power, that the heart's desire is not a weakness but a compass. Cinderella opens on February 15, 1950, and it saves the studio. This is not hyperbole. Walt Disney will say it himself later, in moments of honest reflection, that without the success of Cinderella, there might have been no more Disney features, no Sleeping Beauty, number 101 Dalmatians, no eventual theme park. The film earns $8 million in its initial release, at a time when that figure represents genuine financial salvation. It receives 3 Academy Award nominations. It is loved, deeply, genuinely loved, by audiences who had been waiting 8 years for exactly this. For Walt, the success of Cinderella is something more than financial relief. It is a validation of everything he has believed about storytelling, about the capacity of animation to carry genuine emotional weight, about the hunger of audiences for beauty and wonder, and the reassurance that goodness, however battered, ultimately prevails. It is proof that the war years were a detour, not a destination. That the studio's best work is not behind it. In 1951, riding the momentum of Cinderella, the studio releases Alice in Wonderland. It is a harder project. Lewis Carroll's original book is a work of pure logic without logic, a verbal and conceptual playfulness that resists the kind of emotional narrative arc that Disney storytelling requires. Walt has been trying to crack it since the 1930s, and the version that finally reaches screens in 1951 is the product of years of struggle. It is not entirely successful, and Walt knows it. The film is brilliant in pieces. The Mad Tea Party sequence, the encounter with the Cheshire Cat, the extraordinary moment when the flowers sing All in the Golden Afternoon in voices of preternatural sweetness. The animation is inventive, sometimes startlingly so, and the design work has a controlled delirium that suits Carroll's world. But the film lacks the emotional center that Cinderella has. Alice herself is not quite a character. She is more a point of view, a pair of eyes through which Wonderland is observed. And without a character the audience can fully inhabit, the film's wonders remain somewhat external, somewhat aesthetic rather than emotional. The critics are respectful. The audiences are somewhat less so. Alice in Wonderland is not the success that Cinderella was, and Walt feels the disappointment acutely. He is hard on the film in interviews, perhaps harder than it deserves. He calls it too cold, too technical, too concerned with spectacle at the expense of feeling. He is right about the diagnosis, if perhaps too harsh about the patient. But failure, in Walt Disney's creative vocabulary, is not an ending. It is information. It tells him something he needs to know about where the studio's strengths lie, about the kinds of stories that best carry the Disney sensibility. Fantasies need an emotional anchor. Spectacle needs to be in the service of feeling, not the other way around. He files this information away. In 1952, another live-action production is underway, another chapter in the studio's growing confidence with real actors and real locations. The true-life adventures continue to accumulate footage, to win awards, to build an audience. Walt is also, in the quieter hours, beginning to think about something that has been forming at the back of his mind for years, something that has nothing to do with film at all, or with animation, or with any of the work the studio has been doing. He is thinking about a park. It is still a vague idea, still more feeling than plan, the sense that the stories he has been telling all these years deserve a physical space, a place where families can step into them rather than simply watch them. He has been sketching, informally, obsessively, the way he sketched everything, little drawings of castles and rivers and steam trains, little organizational notes about what such a place might contain. He has not yet shown these sketches to anyone. He is not sure anyone would understand them. But the park is coming. Everything Walt Disney does in these years, the live-action experiments, the true-life adventures, the return to animated features, is, without his knowing it entirely, preparation for something larger. He is learning what stories can do in the world. He is learning the vocabulary of experience, of environment, of the designed space through which a human being moves and feels and remembers. The Mulots are somewhere in the desert with their cameras. Bobby Driscoll is somewhere in England, playing at pirates. Jack and Gus are dreaming in their mousel. And Walt Disney is sitting at his desk in Burbank, surrounded by the evidence of everything he has built, and everything he has lost, and everything he still intends to create, looking toward a horizon that only he can see. The light out there is extraordinary. He picks up his pencil. He begins to draw. Chapter 9. The Anatomy of a Magic Kingdom, 1953 to 1959. There is a photograph taken sometime in the early months of 1953, grainy and unremarkable at first glance, that shows a man hunched over a drafting table in a nondescript office building in Burbank, California. He is wearing a collared shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows, and he is drawing. Not animating, not sketching characters for a film, but drawing something that looks, depending on your angle and your imagination, like a map. A city. A world. The man is Walt Disney, and what he is drawing will, within a decade, become the most visited place on the face of the earth. To understand what Walt Disney was doing at that drafting table, you have to understand something about the nature of the man himself. Walt had always been, at his core, a builder. Not in the physical sense, though that was coming, but in the architectural sense of the imagination. Every film he made, every story he told, was a construction. You laid the foundation with character. You built the walls with conflict. You raised the roof with wonder. And then you invited the whole world inside, and watched their faces when the lights came on. That was the thrill. That was always the thrill. But film had its limits. A film ended. The lights in the theater came up, and the audience shuffled back out into a world that was, more often than not, a disappointment. Walt had been thinking about that gap, the space between the magic and the mundane, for a very long time. The idea had been gestating for years, watered by frustration. Walt had taken his daughters, Diane and Sharon, to amusement parks on weekend afternoons, and he had sat on the benches that all amusement park fathers know, the slightly sticky paint-peeling benches near the carousel, and he had looked around and felt a deep, almost professional dissatisfaction. The parks were dirty. They smelled of grease and ambivalence. The rides were operated by young men who appeared to be somewhere else entirely in their minds. The food was bad. The experience was fragmented, jarring, without any coherent story connecting one attraction to the next. You went on a roller coaster, and then you walked past a shooting gallery, and then you ate a corn dog near a puddle, and then you stood in a line that went nowhere slowly. There was no narrative. There was no arc. There was no sense that anyone had thought about the person experiencing it all, as a human being with emotions and expectations, and a deep, if often unconscious, desire to be transported. Walt Disney was constitutionally incapable of accepting that. He was a man who had spent the better part of 3 decades thinking about every frame, every note of music, every line of dialogue in his films with obsessive, sometimes maddening precision. The idea that an experience could be left to chance, that the environment itself was not considered, designed, curated, and controlled, struck him not just as a missed opportunity, but as a kind of aesthetic failure. And Walt Disney did not tolerate aesthetic failure. Not in others, and certainly not in himself. By 1952, the idea had a name. Walt called it the Disneyland Project, and he incorporated a separate company, WED Enterprises, the initials standing for Walter Elias Disney, specifically to develop it, deliberately keeping it separate from the main studio so that the studio's board of directors, who were skeptical bordering on actively hostile, could not shut it down before it had a chance to breathe. The name WED was not incidental. This was Walt's project, Walt's vision, Walt's money, Walt's obsession. He funded much of the early planning himself, borrowing against his life insurance policy, because that was the kind of belief he had in what he was building. You do not mortgage your life insurance on a whim. You do that when you know, with a certainty that defies reasonable argument, that you are right. The team he assembled at WED was unlike anything that had existed in American design before. Walt raided his own studio, pulling in animators and storymen and art directors, people who had spent their careers thinking about how to create worlds. He brought in Herb Ryman, a gifted artist who had worked on films like Fantasia, and in a single legendary weekend in September of 1953, the two men locked themselves in Walt's office and produced the first comprehensive aerial rendering of what Disneyland might look like. Walt paced and talked and gestured and described. Ryman drew. By Monday morning, they had something. A vision, a document, a dream made visible on paper. It was this drawing that Walt used to convince his brother Roy to approach the Bank of America for financing, holding it up as proof that this was not a fantasy but a plan. And it was a plan unlike any that had ever been drafted for a place meant to be enjoyed. Because what Walt was designing was not an amusement park. He was allergic to that phrase, and he corrected anyone who used it in his presence. Disneyland was, in his own telling, an experience. A story. A place where the rules of the ordinary world, the traffic and the noise and the gracelessness, would be replaced by a set of intentional choices, each one made in service of a single governing idea. That the person walking through the gates deserved to be transported completely, not partially, not occasionally, but at every moment in every direction they looked. The layout, which Walt worked through with his team over the months that followed, was not arbitrary. It was, in fact, profoundly literary. You entered through Main Street, USA, a recreation of the small-town American streetscape of the early 20th century, modeled in part on Walt's own memories of Marceline, Missouri, the small town where he had spent his most formative childhood years. This was deliberate in ways that went beyond nostalgia. Main Street served as a decompression chamber, a transitional space that eased the visitor gently out of the present and into the world of the park. The buildings were built at 5/8 scale, smaller than reality, which paradoxically made them feel more welcoming, more human, more like the world as it exists in memory rather than fact. You walked down that street, and something in you settled. The noise of the outside world fell away. The architecture embraced you. And at the end of the street, like the visual anchor of a story that knows exactly where it is going, stood the castle. Sleeping Beauty Castle was the first thing you saw when you came through the tunnel that ran beneath the train tracks at the park's entrance, and it was the last thing you saw when you turned to leave. It stood at the center of the park's hub, that great circular plaza from which the park's various lands radiated outward like spokes from a wheel. This was another deliberate choice, another piece of the grammar of the place. Unlike an amusement park where you wandered in search of the next thing, Disneyland was organized so that you were always oriented, always knew where you were in relation to the whole. The castle was the fixed point, the North Star. And from the hub, you could see the entrances to Fantasyland, Adventureland, Frontierland, and Tomorrowland. Each one a different genre, a different mood, a different promise. Walt thought about these lands the way a novelist thinks about chapters. Each one had its own visual language, its own emotional register, its own logic. Adventureland was lush and humid, and suggested the exotic, the unexplored, the romantic danger of the wild world beyond civilization's borders. Frontierland was the American myth, the story of westward expansion and pioneer courage, the romanticized rough edges of a nation finding itself. Fantasyland was the realm of the films, the place where Snow White and Cinderella and Peter Pan had their physical homes, where the stories became architecture. And Tomorrowland, perhaps the land Walt cared most deeply about in those early years, was the future itself, not a dystopian future or a frightening one, but a future of gleaming possibility, of rockets and science, and the bright promise of what human ingenuity might build if given the time and the will. Running around the perimeter of all of it was the Disneyland Railroad, a steam-powered train that Walt had insisted upon partly because he loved trains with a passion that bordered on the theological. He had a working model railroad in his own backyard, a whole miniature world he had built with his own hands, and partly because the train served a function that was both practical and theatrical. It defined the boundary of the park. It made Disneyland an island. You could ride it and see the whole of what had been created, and you understood as the steam and the whistle and the rolling countryside passed by your window that you were somewhere apart, somewhere complete, somewhere that had been thought about all the way to its edges. The construction began in the summer of 1954 on a 160-acre orange grove in Anaheim, California, about 30 miles south of Los Angeles. The scale of the undertaking was almost incomprehensible. Walt had approximately 1 year to build a city from scratch. He had to grade the land, pour the foundations, construct the buildings, install the infrastructure, design and build the rides, landscape the grounds, hire and train thousands of employees, and do all of this while also running a major Hollywood studio that was producing films and television simultaneously. Lesser men, most men, would have been undone by any single component of that list. Walt drove all of them at once, often appearing on the construction site without warning, walking the grounds with his characteristic long stride and his observant, unforgiving eye, noting what was right and what needed to change. The financing of Disneyland is a story worth pausing on, because it reveals something essential about how Walt operated in the world. The studio's board had refused to fund it. The banks were skeptical. Roy Disney, Walt's older brother and the financial conscience of the organization, was cautious in the way that Roy always was, which was the right instinct given the scale of the gamble, but was also, in this instance, ultimately subordinated to Walt's certainty. What unlocked the financing was television. In 1954, Walt made a deal with ABC, then the weakest of the three major networks, to produce a weekly television program called Disneyland. The show would promote the studio's films and, crucially, promote the park itself, essentially advertising a place that did not yet exist to an audience of millions of American families. In exchange, ABC invested in the park and agreed to a long-term licensing arrangement. It was a piece of commercial architecture, as elegant and purposeful as anything Walt had designed for the park itself. The medium would build the dream. The dream would feed the medium. And the audience, sitting in their living rooms on Tuesday nights, would watch the dream being constructed and feel, by the time the gates opened, that they already knew the place, that they were returning rather than arriving for the first time. The Disneyland television show premiered on October 27, 1954, and it was an immediate phenomenon. Walt himself hosted it, appearing on screen with a warmth and an authority that translated perfectly to the new medium. He was not performing in the way that entertainers perform. He was sharing, which is a different thing entirely. He talked about the park as though he were describing a place he had been to and loved, not a place he was still building. And the distinction did not matter to the viewers because Walt's belief was entirely contagious. He made the castle real before a single stone of it was laid. He made the future of Tomorrowland visible before its rockets were mounted. He understood, with the instinctive brilliance of the truly gifted communicator, that the story of a thing and the thing itself are not as different as people suppose. Opening day was July 17, 1955. It was, by any honest accounting, a disaster. Walt had sent out approximately 15,000 invitations, and somehow close to 30,000 people showed up, many with counterfeit tickets, many simply pushing through whatever barriers they encountered, because the magnetism of the place was already that powerful. The park was not finished. The Mark Twain riverboat sank slightly under the weight of too many passengers. The women's restrooms ran out of water. The freshly laid asphalt on Main Street, softened by the California summer heat, swallowed the heels of women's shoes. Several of the attractions broke down. A plumber's strike had forced the park to choose between working drinking fountains and working restrooms, and Walt had chosen the restrooms, a practical decision that nonetheless left thirsty visitors feeling slightly cheated. A gas leak in Fantasyland closed several attractions. It was, in the professional estimation of most of the journalists and television commentators who were present, a fiasco. Walt called it Black Sunday. He was wounded by it, genuinely stung, in the way that a person who has given everything to a dream is stung when the dream's first public breath is stuttering and imperfect. But he also understood something that his critics did not, which was that what had been revealed on July 17th was not the finished thing, but the promise of the finished thing. And the promise was overwhelming. The crowds that came back in the days that followed, and they came back in staggering numbers, were not coming despite the imperfections, but because the experience, even imperfect, was unlike anything that had existed before. The immersion worked. The story worked. The idea of a place that was coherent, intentional, and designed from its first principle to make the visitor feel something true, that worked. The rest was engineering, and Walt Disney had never been afraid of engineering problems. Within months of the opening, Disneyland was operating smoothly. Within a year, it was the most talked about attraction in America. Within 5 years, it had welcomed its 10 millionth guest and had become not merely a success, but a cultural landmark, a place that appeared in the national conversation the way that monuments and natural wonders appear, as something that simply, inevitably, had to exist. Foreign dignitaries requested tours. World leaders asked to visit. When Nikita Khrushchev, the Soviet premier, was told during his 1959 American tour that his visit to Disneyland had been canceled for security reasons, he delivered one of the most genuinely indignant speeches of his political career. What was the park, he wanted to know, that he could not be trusted inside it? What did they fear? A rocket attack. Bandits. There was something almost poetic about the leader of the most powerful communist nation on earth being furious that he could not enter the kingdom of American capitalism's most elaborate dream factory. Inside the park, Walt was never finished. He was constitutionally incapable of considering anything done. Every visit he made to Disneyland in those early years was a working visit. He carried a small notebook, or sometimes just a piece of paper that he folded and refolded over the course of the day, and he wrote things down constantly. A trash can in the wrong place. A view of the back of a building that broke the immersion of a land's visual theme. A stretch of sidewalk where guests were consistently lingering, which told him something about what they were seeing and feeling at that moment. A ride vehicle that was not loading smoothly. A cast member. He insisted on the theatrical terminology. There were no employees at Disneyland, only cast members, because they were all part of the performance. A cast member who had let the mask slip, who had stepped out of character in some small way that a guest had noticed. Walt's obsession with what he called the backstage and on-stage distinction was one of the governing ideas of the park's operation. The backstage was where the machinery lived. The kitchens, the maintenance corridors, the service roads, the utilidor tunnels he would later develop far more elaborately in Florida. The onstage was everything the guest could see and hear and feel. And the iron law of Disneyland was that the backstage must never intrude upon the onstage. A cast member in costume from Fantasyland should not be seen walking through Tomorrowland. A delivery truck should not rumble down Main Street. The garbage should not appear to be collected. It simply should disappear as though by magic, which of course it did not. But the magic of the operations was that the operations were invisible. The show was always on. The curtain was never pulled back. This philosophy extended to the physical design of the park in ways that visitors experienced constantly without ever consciously registering. The berm, the earthwork that surrounded the property, was not just a boundary. It was a visual barrier that prevented any sight of the outside world from penetrating the park's interior. You could not see a freeway or a strip mall or a power line from anywhere within Disneyland's gates. The outside world was abolished at the threshold and did not return until you crossed back through it. Every tree, every shrub, every flower bed was chosen and placed with this in mind. The landscape was not decorative, it was architectural. It was part of the story. Sound was managed with equal care. Walt had learned from the studio's work in film that sound did not just accompany an experience, it created it, shaped it, gave it emotional texture. Music played throughout the park, chosen and timed to reinforce the mood of each land. In Adventureland, it was percussive and exotic. On Main Street, it was light and nostalgic, band music and ragtime that placed you in a specific moment of American history with the same confidence that a well-chosen soundtrack places you in a scene. The sound design of Disneyland in those years was years ahead of anything that existed in the commercial world of entertainment, and most guests had no idea it was there, which was exactly the point. The best design is the design that disappears, that becomes indistinguishable from the experience itself. The attractions that populated the park in its first years were themselves a study in the storytelling grammar that Walt had been developing for 3 decades. The Jungle Cruise, which opened with the park, was not a ride in any conventional sense. It was a narrative. You boarded a boat, and you traveled through a constructed wilderness populated by mechanical animals, hippos and elephants and headhunters, and a live skipper narrated your journey with practiced jokes and breathless mock terror. The humor was part of the story. The skipper's wisecracking was a way of managing the suspension of disbelief, acknowledging the artifice just enough to make it charming rather than pretentious. It was a trick that only works when the underlying craftsmanship is strong enough to support the self-awareness, and at its best, the Jungle Cruise was exactly that. The Matterhorn bobsleds, which opened in 1959, brought a different kind of storytelling to the park, the thrill ride as architecture. Walt had been fascinated by the Matterhorn since visiting Switzerland during a European trip, and he decided that Disneyland needed a mountain. Not because a mountain made any particular thematic sense, but because the sightline of the park needed a vertical anchor, something that could be seen from beyond the berm and orient guests even before they entered. The engineering challenges of building a steel roller coaster inside an artificial snow-capped mountain in the middle of Anaheim were not trivial, and Walt's Imagineers, the term he coined for the design and engineering team at WED, a portmanteau of imagination and engineering that said everything about what he expected from them, solved them with an inventiveness that became a template for the industry. The term Imagineer was not just a clever word. It was a statement of philosophy. Walt had grown impatient over the years with the separation between artists and engineers, dreamers and builders that characterized most large organizations. His experience in the film business had taught him that the greatest work happened in the friction between what was imagined and what was possible, and that the people who could hold both simultaneously, who could dream extravagantly and then roll up their sleeves and build the thing, were worth more than any 10 specialists working in isolated silos. The Imagineers were his answer to that insight, a deliberately interdisciplinary team that included former animators and architects, mechanical engineers and set designers, landscape architects and special effects technicians. Their job was not to determine what was possible and then work within those limits. Their job was to determine what was necessary for the story and then figure out how to build it. This approach produced results that regularly astonished the engineering community. The systems developed for Disneyland's attractions in those years, the hydraulic mechanisms, the audio animatronic technology, the ride vehicle designs, were genuinely novel, not borrowed from existing amusement park practice, but invented from scratch in service of specific storytelling needs. The Haunted Mansion, which was in development throughout much of this period, though it would not open until 1969, became a decade-long workshop in the technology of theatrical illusion, a project so elaborate and so technically demanding that it required the sustained effort of the entire Imagineering team across most of the park's first decade. Walt checked in on it regularly, pushing for effects that seemed impossible, accepting compromises only when every alternative had been exhausted, and sometimes not even then. By 1959, Disneyland had become something that its creator had perhaps not fully anticipated, which was a mirror. It reflected back to the American public an image of themselves, of their nostalgia, their optimism, their love of story and adventure, and the comfortable mythology of their own history that was simultaneously idealized and deeply recognizable. Main Street was not the actual Main Street of any actual town. Frontierland was not the actual frontier. Tomorrowland's rockets were not going to fly to the actual moon, not in the way the rides suggested, not for a long time. But the emotional truth of each of these places was real, which was the only kind of truth that Walt had ever been interested in. The facts of a thing were less important than the feeling of it. A historian could argue with Frontierland. A scientist could argue with Tomorrowland. But no one could argue with the feeling of standing at the hub at dusk, watching the castle lights come on against the darkening California sky, the music swelling gently from speakers hidden in the trees, the smell of popcorn and the distant laughter of children, and feeling in some part of yourself that was perhaps more honest than the rest that you were somewhere that meant something. Walt was thinking by the late 1950s about what came next. The success of Disneyland had not satisfied him. It had catalyzed him, as success always did, into thinking about the next and larger thing. He was watching the park's borders with something between pride and frustration. Around the park, the Strip had grown. The hotels, the motels, the souvenir shops and fast food restaurants that had colonized the roads of Anaheim in the wake of the park's opening, parasitic and graceless, the commercial world pressing its face against the glass of the dream. Walt had no control over that. He had bought 160 acres and built a world on them, but the world outside those 160 acres was still the world outside, still doing what the world outside always does, which is to say exactly what it pleases. The berm kept the visual intrusion at bay, but Walt knew that his guests, the moment they walked out those gates, were back in it. Back in the strip mall America that Disneyland had been designed, at least in part, to offer an alternative to. He began talking about something larger. Something that would not just be a park, but a city, a whole planned community, a living laboratory of urban design, a place where the principles of Disneyland could be applied to daily life itself. He described it in meetings with a characteristic combination of vagueness and certainty, the way he always described things in their earliest stages, as though the specific details were irrelevant because the overall shape of the thing was already perfectly clear to him. He called it, in those early conversations, his Florida project. He did not know yet that it would be called Disney World, or Epcot, or the Magic Kingdom. He just knew that it would be bigger, that it would be complete, in a way that Disneyland, for all its magnificence, could not be. That it would be a place where the magic did not end at the gates. But that was the future, and the future, as Walt had always believed and Tomorrowland embodied, was a place of brightness and possibility, not of anxiety. In the present, in the years between 1953 and 1959, there was the park. There was the daily, obsessive, joyful, exhausting work of maintaining and improving and expanding a place that had never existed before, and that the world was discovering it could not do without. There was the train, making its slow circuit of the kingdom every morning, as the cast members arrived and the attractions were tested, and the popcorn machines were loaded, and the music began its gentle loop and the gates were unlocked. And there was, somewhere on the grounds on any given day, a man in a collared shirt with his sleeves rolled to the elbows, walking and watching and noting and imagining, never quite satisfied, never quite finished, always seeing the version of the thing that was slightly better than the version that currently existed, and moving, always moving, toward it. That is what it looks like in the end, when someone is building something that has never been built before. It does not look like triumph. It does not look like the clean, decisive moment of revelation. It looks like a man walking around a construction site with a folded piece of paper and a very clear idea of what he is looking for, checking the gaps between what is and what should be, and going back inside to fix them. It looks like work. Extraordinary, visionary, world-changing work, but work nonetheless. Walt Disney knew this better than anyone, and he never once stopped. Chapter 10. Epcot and the Final Horizon, 1960 to 1966. There is a particular quality to the light in Florida in the early morning hours, before the heat has fully committed to the day. It falls soft and golden across the sawgrass, across the still black water of the wetlands, across the long flat earth that stretches toward every horizon without interruption. It is the kind of light that makes the land look like possibility itself, unformed, unwritten, waiting. And it was into this light, in the autumn of 1965, that Walt Disney stepped off a plane and looked out across 67 square miles of Central Florida wilderness and saw in his mind a city. Not a theme park. Not another Disneyland. A city. A real, functioning, living city of tomorrow, where the problems that plagued every urban center in America, the traffic, the pollution, the poverty, the social decay, had all been solved. Where the automobile had been moved underground and people walked the streets freely. Where climate-controlled domes kept the weather at bay. Where a vast network of pneumatic tubes and elevated monorails moved citizens efficiently from home to work to recreation without a single stoplight, without a single traffic jam, without a single moment of the grinding frustration that had come to define modern urban life. Walt Disney looked at that flat, swampy, seemingly worthless land and saw the future already fully formed, already perfect, already waiting to be built. This vision, the experimental prototype community of tomorrow, which Walt would eventually name Epcot, was the great obsession of his final years. It was larger than any film he had ever made. More ambitious than Disneyland. More personal than anything he had ever attempted. And it was, in the end, the dream that time would not permit him to finish. But to understand Epcot, to truly understand what Walt Disney was reaching toward in those last years, you have to go back a little further. You have to go back to the early 1960s, when the world itself seemed to be reaching towards something new. The decade had opened with a young president standing in the cold Washington air, speaking about the passing of the torch to a new generation. John Kennedy had promised that America would go to the moon, not because it was easy, but because it was hard, and the country had thrilled at the audacity of it. There was a sense in the early 1960s, before Dallas, before Vietnam fully darkened everything, that the great problems of the world were engineering problems, solvable problems, problems that human ingenuity and American determination could crack if only people committed themselves fully to the task. Technology was not frightening in 1960. Technology was thrilling. Technology was the answer. Walt Disney had always believed this, long before it became fashionable. He had built Tomorrowland at Disneyland in 1955 as a love letter to the future, and he had filled it with rockets and monorails and visions of atomic power and suburban highways and the colonization of space. He had partnered with Werner von Braun, the German rocket scientist who had come to work for NASA, on a series of television specials for his Disneyland program that explained space travel to ordinary Americans with a clarity and excitement that made the impossible seem not just possible, but inevitable. Walt Disney had been selling the future to the American public for a decade, and the American public had been buying it with enormous enthusiasm. But Disneyland, for all its wonder, was ultimately a place you visited. You came for a day or a weekend, and then you went home. And what you went home to, by the early 1960s, was increasingly a problem. American cities were in trouble. The great post-war migration to the suburbs had hollowed out downtown cores. Traffic had become a kind of slow civic emergency. Urban planners were wringing their hands, proposing highways that cut through neighborhoods like surgical incisions, destroying communities in the name of efficiency. Pollution was worsening. Poverty was concentrated and entrenched. The American city, for all the prosperity of the era, was struggling. Walt saw this, and it troubled him deeply. He was not a man given to political ideology. He disliked abstractions and distrusted grand theories, but he was a man of intense practical conviction, and what he was convinced of with gathering certainty through the early 1960s was that the problems of the American city were not inevitable. They were the result of poor planning, of short-term thinking, of the absence of imagination. And Walt Disney, whatever else he might have lacked, had never lacked imagination. The seeds of Epcot were planted in his mind quietly at first, growing alongside other projects, nourished by a deepening frustration with the world outside the berm of Disneyland. Because the berm, that earthen wall that surrounded the park and blocked out all views of the ordinary world beyond, had always been Walt's solution to a problem. The problem was that Disneyland sat in Anaheim, California, and Anaheim had no obligation to share Walt's vision. As soon as the park became successful, the motels and gas stations and souvenir shops had crowded in around it, building right up to the edge of his property, turning the approach to the park into a gauntlet of neon and commerce that had nothing to do with the experience he was trying to create. He had no control over what happened beyond his own property line, and it infuriated him. So when Disneyland's success became undeniable, and people began asking Walt about building a second park, his first and most fundamental requirement was simple: he needed land. Not 40 acres. Not 100 acres. Thousands of acres. Enough to build not just an attraction but an entire world sealed from the encroachment of the ordinary, governed entirely by his own vision. The question was where. The search for a site for Walt Disney World, as the Florida project would eventually be named, began quietly in the early 1960s, conducted with a secrecy that bordered on the theatrical. Walt dispatched teams of advisors and real estate agents to scout locations across the American South and Southeast under cover stories and assumed names, aware that the moment word got out that Disney was buying land, prices would skyrocket and speculators would move in. They looked at sites in Missouri, in Mississippi, in Georgia, in the Carolinas. They looked at Niagara Falls. They looked, eventually, at Florida. Florida made sense for several reasons. The climate was warm year-round, which meant that a Florida park could draw visitors in the winter months when Disneyland's California weather turned inhospitable. Florida was also geographically central to the American East, within a day's drive of enormous population centers. And Florida, particularly in the flat, sparsely populated central part of the state, had something that nowhere else could quite match: vast stretches of cheap, undeveloped land. The land they found, a patchwork of farms, wetlands, and wilderness lying between the small cities of Orlando and Kissimmee, was purchased through a labyrinthine web of dummy corporations with names like the Reedy Creek Ranch Corporation and the Tomahawk Properties Company, names designed to reveal nothing about who was really buying. Over the course of 1964 and 1965, Walt's team quietly assembled parcel after parcel, always paying in cash, always moving on quickly, always being careful never to seem too eager. By the time the story broke, in October 1965, confirmed by a local reporter who had pieced it together from real estate records, Walt Disney had acquired approximately 43 square miles of Central Florida. He would eventually accumulate 67. The press conference at which Walt confirmed the Florida project took place in November 1965 in the old Cherry Plaza Hotel in Orlando. Walt sat alongside Florida's Governor Hayden Burns and Roy Disney, and he spoke about the resort they would build, the theme park that would become Magic Kingdom, the hotels, the infrastructure. He said all the right things, smiled the right smiles, answered the questions the reporters asked. But in the back of his mind, behind the polished reassurances about jobs and tourism and economic development, was something else entirely. Something much bigger. Something he was not yet ready to share publicly, because he was still working it out himself. He was thinking about Epcot. The vision was crystallizing through 1965 and into 1966 with an intensity that those around Walt found both exhilarating and slightly alarming. He would call meetings at odd hours, drag his Imagineers, his team of designers and engineers and artists, into conference rooms, and fill their whiteboards with sketches and diagrams, talking fast, jumping from idea to idea, circling back, refining. He was thinking on his feet, in front of an audience, using the Imagineers as sounding boards while the idea found its final shape. What emerged from those sessions was something without precedent in American urban planning. Epcot, as Walt conceived it, would be a city of 50,000 permanent residents, built on the Florida land, operating under its own governmental authority, a special legislative arrangement Walt had already secured from the Florida legislature, which had granted the Reedy Creek Improvement District virtually unlimited power to build and govern its own territory, essentially creating a private city-state within the borders of Florida. This was not a small thing. It was, in its way, one of the most remarkable legislative achievements in the history of American business, and Walt had pursued it with the same methodical patience he had applied to assembling the land itself. The city would be built on concentric circles, radiating outward from a great central hub. At that hub would sit a climate-controlled dome, a vast enclosed environment where citizens could walk year-round in perfect comfort, sheltered from the Florida heat and the occasional storm, moving freely through a downtown core of shops and offices and civic buildings. No cars would be allowed inside the dome. No cars, in fact, would be allowed anywhere in the Epcot city center. Automobiles would park at the outermost ring of the city and would not be permitted to intrude upon the living spaces of the residents. Instead, an elaborate system of transportation would knit the city together. A high-speed monorail, similar to the one Walt had already built at Disneyland, but more sophisticated, would carry residents efficiently between the major districts of the city. At a smaller scale, a network of Wedway people movers, a technology Walt's Imagineers had been developing, a system of vehicles that moved on continuously rotating wheels embedded in the track, requiring no engines and generating no pollution, would circulate through the interior spaces, allowing people to move from point to point without effort. And underneath the city, beneath the streets and plazas and buildings, would run a vast network of service tunnels, the utilidors, Walt called them, through which all the maintenance and supply functions of the city would flow invisibly, so that residents would never see a garbage truck or a delivery van, never hear the grinding of machinery, never be reminded of the industrial infrastructure that made urban life possible. The residential areas would spread outward from the central hub in planned neighborhoods, each designed with a particular density and character. Closer to the center, apartments for those who wanted to live in the urban core. Further out, more spacious homes for families arranged in clusters around shared green spaces. And at the outermost ring, light industry and research facilities, because Epcot was not to be merely a pleasant place to live, but an economic engine, a place where the great corporations of America would partner with Walt Disney to test their newest technologies in a real-world environment with real residents, generating real data about how people actually lived and moved and worked. This last element was crucial, and it distinguished Epcot from the utopian communities that idealistic thinkers had proposed throughout history. Walt was not interested in utopianism. He was allergic to abstraction. What he wanted was not a perfect society but a working laboratory, a place where the best available thinking about urban design could be put into practice at full scale with real human beings, and then measured, studied, revised, and improved. Epcot would be, in his phrase, always in a state of becoming, never completed, always evolving as new technologies became available, and as the data from the experiment revealed what was working and what was not. It would be the living proof of concept that American cities desperately needed, the demonstration that the problems of urban life were not intractable, that they could be engineered away. Walt recorded his vision in a film. In October 1966, just weeks before his death, he stood in front of a large aerial map of the Florida property and spoke directly to the camera, explaining Epcot with the kind of patient, clear, slightly conspiratorial enthusiasm that had made him one of the most effective communicators in American history. He walked through the design. He explained the transportation systems, the land use planning, the role of corporate partners, the special governmental authority that would allow Epcot to function as its own municipality. He spoke for 25 minutes without notes, without hesitation, with the absolute conviction of a man who has thought about something so deeply and for so long that it has become as real to him as anything he has ever touched. The film was intended for internal use, a record of the vision to guide the development teams who would carry the project forward. But in the years after Walt's death, it would become something more, a kind of testament, a document of what the man had been thinking in his final days, evidence that the dream had been fully formed, even if the hands that would have built it were stilled before the first shovel broke ground. But the film belongs to the autumn of 1966, and we are getting ahead of ourselves. Because the years between 1960 and that October day in front of the camera were not years of pure visionary dreaming. They were years of extraordinary, relentless, often exhausting work. Years in which Walt Disney drove himself and everyone around him at a pace that his body was increasingly ill-equipped to sustain. The early 1960s had brought a complicated run of films. Some Love Bug, some Mary Poppins. Mary Poppins deserves its moment, because in 1964, it represented something that had not happened to Walt Disney in a long time, an unambiguous, enormous, unanimous triumph. The film, which combined live action and animation in the story of a magical English nanny, starred Julie Andrews in her film debut and Dick Van Dyke as the cheerful Cockney Bert, and it was a sensation. It earned 13 Academy Award nominations and won 5, including Best Actress for Andrews. It was the highest-grossing film of the year. Critics who had been gently skeptical of Walt's live-action output in recent years now celebrated him with renewed fervor. The success of Mary Poppins mattered to Walt beyond the obvious financial and critical rewards. It mattered because it proved something he had needed to prove, that he could still do it, that the touch was still there, that the instincts that had served him through Snow White and Fantasia and Bambi and Cinderella had not dimmed with age. He was 62 years old in 1963, when Mary Poppins was in its final stages of production, and he was aware, with a clarity he did not often permit himself, that the creative peak of his life was behind him. The proof was in the output of the studio. The films were good, some of them very good, but they were not reaching for the sublime the way the early features had. Animation at Disney had become a professional operation rather than an obsessive one, and the difference showed. Walt had made his peace with this, or something like peace. He had redirected his obsessive energy. He was no longer primarily a filmmaker. He was a builder, a planner, a futurist. He was the man who was going to solve the American city. He was the man who was going to show the world that the future could be beautiful. The World's Fair of 1964 and 1965, held in Flushing Meadows, New York, gave Walt an extraordinary opportunity to prototype pieces of his thinking for a mass audience. He was commissioned by General Electric, by Ford, by Pepsi-Cola, by the state of Illinois, to create 4 separate attractions for the fair, each a demonstration of his audio-animatronic technology and his gift for immersive, emotionally resonant storytelling. Audio-animatronics was the technology that would make Epcot possible, at least in the entertainment sense. It was the system Walt's engineers had developed over the previous decade for creating lifelike robotic figures that could move with uncanny smoothness, whose facial expressions could be controlled with millimeter precision, whose movements were programmed on magnetic tape and could be reproduced exactly night after night, performance after performance, without the variability that live performers inevitably introduced. Walt had first deployed the technology at Disneyland in the Enchanted Tiki Room, a show featuring singing and dancing birds that had opened in 1963. But the World's Fair was the first time he had the chance to show audio animatronics to a national audience, in a setting unconnected to Disneyland itself. The crown jewel of the 4 fair attractions was Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln, created for the Illinois Pavilion. It featured a full-sized Abraham Lincoln who rose from a chair, walked to the edge of a stage, and delivered a speech drawn from Lincoln's actual words, a composite address assembled from several of the president's most memorable speeches and statements. The figure's face was capable of 48 distinct movements. Its eyes blinked. Its brow furrowed. Its hands moved with the restless expressiveness that photographs of the real Lincoln suggested. And when it rose from its chair, audiences who had been sitting in polite anticipation found themselves involuntarily holding their breath. Lincoln worked. He worked in a way that went beyond technical demonstration. He moved people. Visitors who had come to the Illinois Pavilion as skeptics came away shaken, not frightened, but affected, touched in some part of themselves they had not expected to feel at a World's Fair attraction. Walt had done something that no one else had come close to doing. He had created a synthetic human being that produced genuine emotional response. The implications were enormous, and Walt understood them completely. It's a Small World, the attraction created for the UNICEF Pavilion sponsored by Pepsi-Cola, worked on the opposite emotional register, not solemnity but pure, uncomplicated joy. A boat ride through a world populated by audio-animatronic children, representing every nation on Earth, all singing a single song in the gentle insistence of that endlessly repeated melody. Sherman Brothers were the composers, Robert and Richard, who had also written the Mary Poppins songs. It was deliberately, programmatically cheerful, a vision of global harmony that asked nothing of its audience except to float through and feel for a few minutes that the world was fundamentally good and that all its children were kin. It was sentimental, unapologetically so, and it was irresistible. Millions of people rode it at the fair and emerged smiling, and when Walt moved it to Disneyland in 1966, it became one of the park's most beloved and enduring attractions. The Carousel of Progress, created for General Electric, was perhaps the most Epcot-adjacent of the 4 fair attractions. It was a rotating theater. The audience sat in a ring that moved smoothly and without effort from scene to scene, that traced the role of electricity in American domestic life across the decades of the 20th century. An animatronic family, always the same family, experienced the wonders of electric light, electric appliances, electric heating and cooling, with the cheerful amazement of people encountering these things for the first time. The attraction was explicitly promotional. General Electric had paid for it, and the message that electricity had made American life better was hardly subtle, but Walt had shaped it into something that transcended its commercial function. It was a love letter to progress, to the idea that the technologies of each generation were gifts that made ordinary life richer and more comfortable, and that the process of improvement was ongoing, that there was always a next chapter, that the best was always yet to come. This was Walt Disney's deepest belief, and it animated everything he was planning for Epcot. He believed in progress not as an abstract principle, but as a lived experience, a daily accumulation of small improvements that added up over time to transformed lives. He had grown up in a world without electric light, and had watched his own lifetime bring automobiles and airplanes and television, and nuclear power, and the first tentative steps toward space. He was not frightened by change. He was energized by it. He thought the people who feared the future were simply people who lacked imagination, who could not see the possibilities that new things opened up. And he thought it was his job, his particular gift, his singular responsibility to show them. But the body was not cooperating with the vision. Walt had smoked for most of his adult life. Cigarettes first, then cigars, a habit so ingrained that his fingers seemed to reach for tobacco automatically in any moment of pause or reflection. He had been a heavy drinker in earlier decades, though he had moderated considerably by the 1960s. He drove himself without mercy, operating on insufficient sleep, taking his tensions home with him, lying awake in the night running calculations of all the things that needed to be done and all the ways they could go wrong. By 1966, those around him who paid close attention had begun to notice things. He tired more easily. He sometimes lost his train of thought in meetings, something the young Walt Disney had never done. His left knee, injured in a polo accident decades earlier, had become chronically painful. He moved with the careful deliberateness of a man who was managing something, not performing health, but negotiating with its absence. In November 1966, Walt checked into St. Joseph's Hospital in Burbank for what was described publicly as treatment for an old neck injury. X-rays revealed a mass in his left lung the size of a walnut. The doctors who examined the scans knew immediately what it was and what it meant. They operated, removing the tumor along with the lung, and confirmed the diagnosis: small cell carcinoma. Among the most aggressive forms of lung cancer. Among the most lethal. Walt was told. Roy was told. Lillian, his wife of 41 years, was told. The public was not told. This was not unusual for the era. Cancer diagnoses were often kept private, particularly for public figures, and the stigma associated with the disease was profound enough that many families kept the information even from close friends. Walt returned to the studio after his surgery, thinner and visibly tired, but still working, still attending meetings, still talking about Epcot, as though the plans for the Florida project would simply proceed as he had always imagined they would. In the weeks after his surgery, in October and early November 1966, he made the Epcot film. He stood in front of that map and talked about the future as though he would be there to see it. Perhaps he still believed he would. Perhaps the belief was necessary to keep functioning, to keep the voice steady and the eyes clear while the camera ran. Or perhaps he simply could not conceive of a future in which he was not present, in which the dream did not belong to him anymore, in which the work he had started would have to be finished by other hands. He worked through November 1966 in something like a desperate calm. He attended a board meeting. He reviewed plans for the Mineral King ski resort in California, another project he was pursuing. He talked to his Imagineers about the Florida project, about Epcot, about the transportation systems and the dome and the utilidors, and all the 1,000 intricate details that made the vision real to him. He was moving at a slower pace than he had ever moved, but he was still moving. On November 30th, 1966, he was admitted back to St. Joseph's Hospital. The cancer had spread. The prognosis was, at that point, measured not in years but in weeks. The man who had dreamed Oswald and Mickey and Snow White and Fantasia and Bambi, and Cinderella, and Disneyland, and Mary Poppins, and Epcot lay in a hospital bed across the street from the studio where it had all happened. And the doctors who attended him understood that they were watching the end of something vast. Walt Disney died on December 15, 1966. He was 65 years old. The official cause of death was cardiac arrest, brought on by the spread of the lung cancer. It was early in the morning, just after 9 o'clock, and the California winter light outside the hospital window was the pale, ordinary light of a working day. Not the golden light of possibility, not the special light of Florida mornings and new beginnings, just the regular light of a world going about its business as it always had and always would. The world did not quite know how to absorb the news. Walt Disney had been part of the cultural furniture of America for so long, so reliably and so completely, that his absence seemed not just a loss but a category error, the kind of thing that was not supposed to happen to a figure that had somehow come to seem permanent. The tributes poured in from everywhere, from heads of state, from artists and filmmakers, from ordinary people who wrote letters to the studio describing what his work had meant to their childhoods, their families, their sense of what was possible. Roy Disney, who had been planning to retire, made a decision. He would not retire. He would see the Florida project through, would open the park that Walt had started, would honor the work they had done together since the beginning, since the little Kansas City studio and the rabbit who had preceded the mouse. Roy insisted that the park be called Walt Disney World, not Disney World, as some in the company proposed, but Walt Disney World, with the name preserved and foregrounded, so that no one would forget whose vision had conjured it from the swamp. The park opened on October 1, 1971. Roy Disney attended the opening and died that December, as though he had been keeping himself alive for that specific purpose and had, having fulfilled it, allowed himself to rest. Epcot, as Walt had imagined it, the city, the experiment, the community of tomorrow, was never built. What opened at Walt Disney World in 1982, under that name, was a theme park, a permanent World's Fair of sorts, with pavilions dedicated to technology and international culture, impressive and beloved in its own right, but fundamentally different in nature from what Walt had described on that film in October 1966. A park is not a city. Visitors are not residents. And a curated experience, however rich and carefully crafted, is not an experiment in living. The people who worked closest to Walt, who had heard him describe Epcot in the burning, detailed, passionate language of true conviction, understood the difference. Some of them spent years afterward trying to explain it, to preserve in words and drawings the memory of what he had actually meant. The question of what Epcot would have been, whether it would have worked, whether 50,000 people would truly have been willing to live in a planned city administered by a private corporation, whether the Florida legislature would eventually have reasserted its authority over the special district, whether the corporate partnerships would have produced genuine innovation or merely elaborate promotional exercises, these questions cannot be answered. They belong to the vast territory of history's might-have-beens, that country which is visited only in imagination. But this much can be said. In the long arc of Walt Disney's creative life, Epcot was not an aberration. It was the destination. Everything he had ever done, the obsessive world-building, the insistence on total environmental control, the conviction that if you imagined something fully enough and worked hard enough, you could make it real, the belief that the audience's experience was sacred, and that every element of that experience had to be precisely designed to produce a specific emotional response, all of it pointed here. Epcot was the logical endpoint of the man who had built Disneyland, which was itself the logical endpoint of the man who had built the animated feature, which was the logical endpoint of the man who had built the short cartoon, which was the logical endpoint of the boy in Marceline, Missouri, who had drawn animals in the margins of his school papers and sensed, even then, that there was a world inside his head that he needed to build his way out of. He did not finish. The greatest artists rarely do. What they leave behind is the record of the reaching. the sketches and the storyboards and the films and the plans, and in Walt Disney's case, a 25-minute film of a man standing in front of a map, explaining a city that will never be built, with the absolute conviction of someone who cannot imagine that it won't. That film still exists. You can still watch it. And if you do, if you sit with it long enough to hear past the corporate language and the organizational diagrams, past the transportation systems and the land use designations, past all the practical apparatus of the dream, you will hear something underneath all of it. You will hear the voice of a man who simply could not stop believing that the world could be better, who thought that was his job, who gave everything he had to the task, and died before it was done, in the winter light of an ordinary California morning, with the future still forming in his mind. You have reached the conclusion of Walt Disney, The Infinite Canvas. What you have just listened to is not merely the chronicle of an entertainment empire, but the anatomy of a lifelong pursuit. From the creaking floors of Trip Avenue in Chicago to the quiet winter light of a hospital room in Burbank, California, the life of Walter Elias Disney was an ongoing argument with reality. He was a man who looked at the world as it was, with its traffic, its grime, its financial failures, and its devastating wars, and insisted that it could be reordered into something beautiful, coherent, and true. As we look back across the vast landscape of his 65 years, the sheer volume of his creative survival comes into focus. We remember the bankrupt 21-year-old leaving Kansas City with nothing but a suitcase and a reel of live-action cartoon footage. We remember the 26-year-old matching drawn gestures to a musical beat, teaching a global audience how to believe in a whistling mouse. We remember the visionary who mortgaged his own home to let 7 small dwarves weep over a glass coffin, altering the history of cinema forever. We have walked through the lean, fractured years of the 1941 strike and the Second World War, watching an animation studio transform into a military support site, finding its visual voice in South American travelogues and psychological propaganda. We have seen him adapt to live-action filmmaking on the shores of Cornwall and reinvent the nature documentary in the deserts of the American Southwest. We watched him stand in an orange grove in Anaheim, California, drawing a hub-and-spoke map that would become a secular pilgrimage site for millions of families across the globe. And finally, we have seen him in his winter years, thinner but entirely uncaught by age, sketching concentric circles of automated transit, climate-controlled domes, and underground utility tunnels. The experimental prototype community of tomorrow was his final, grandest canvas. A city that time would not allow him to build, but a dream that perfectly synthesized everything he had ever learned about environment, architecture, and human emotion. Walt Disney passed away on December 15, 1966. He did not live to see the gates of his Florida projects swing open. He did not live to see the monorails glide across the lakes, or his brother Roy stand before a crowd to dedicate the land to his memory. But the true legacy he left behind was never a static destination, nor was it a corporate trademark. It was a method of looking at the horizon. He proved that storytelling is not merely a distraction from life, but a way of anchoring it. He demonstrated that the heart's deepest longings for wonder, for innocence, for adventure, and for the simple reassurance that goodness can withstand the wolf at the door, are the metrics by which a civilization remembers itself. The projector has stopped. The music has faded into the quiet of the room. But the canvas remains open, infinite, and unmade, waiting, as it always does, for anyone with the stubborn courage to pick up a pencil and begin. Thank you for listening.